there in the middle, but George, she was so happy to be able to take her seat.
And now we're seeing the president-elect making his way through the crypt into the vestibule.
And Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager
for what will be the capstone of an incredible political career.
And Staff Representative
began with election to Newcastle County Council more than 50 years ago. Elected the youngest senator back in 1972. He will take the oath as the oldest president in 2021. There with Dr. Jill Biden. He'll be looking out over a mall that is so different from most inaugurals. As we've been saying, an empty mall, a mall empty of people, filled only with flags. Representing the Americans who can't be there, the Americans we lost over this last year to the pandemic. That is top of his mind, top of his agenda, starting in about 45 minutes from now when he will become President of the United States. If you saw the smile behind Kamala Harris's eyes, you see the sense of responsibility, I think, behind Joe Biden's eyes right now. He knows the challenges he's facing. He knows the divisions he must heal. And the first step will be when he addresses the country after taking the oath. It's starting to snow a little bit there in Washington. As you see Amy Klobuchar, she's leading the proceedings for the Democrats today, Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee and Inaugural Ceremony,
and that was Hunter Biden,
Fitzhugh IV,
and his baby, named after
House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms,
his late brother,
Tim
Bo.
Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway.
Comes the escort committee. Terry Moran notices this escort committee, everybody from the Sergeant-at-Arms office is acting. That's, of course, because the Sergeant-at-Arms were relieved of their duty after the siege of the Capitol.
Because of that catastrophe in preparation and support of the law enforcement mission there to protect that Capitol. And as you've hinted, what we're seeing is the reclaiming of that hallowed ground in our country from that violent mob back to the proper representatives of the people's democracy. They said it's our house. No, it's actually all our house, and there's a way to get there.
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. and Dr. Jill Biden.
The step's not as full as normal, but the feeling is there. You saw that fist bump between President Obama, his Vice President Joe Biden, now President-elect, soon to be President. Taking in that moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
We will now hear from Senator Amy Klobuchar. She will be the first to welcome that somewhat more sparse inaugural crowd today.
Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the Inaugural Committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda until I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially begin the 59th Inaugural Ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment. People all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag. Step for me.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Father Donovan, a longtime friend of the Biden family, former president of Georgetown, as we heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I
Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga.
Well, you knew that was coming. You knew Lady Gaga had to have some kind of an amazing outfit. The most exuberant Star-Spangled Banner you may have ever heard. Lady Gaga right there. Big moment there for Lady Gaga. Now it is time for the Pledge of Allegiance. That will be led by Andrea Hall. She's a firefighter from Fulton County, Georgia.
Please welcome from the city of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
First African woman in that department's history to be named captain.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Her union, the first to endorse Joe Biden. And of course, Georgia, one of his biggest wins.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath, to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
You just heard it. You just saw it. History was made. Kamala Harris taking the oath. It's the first African American, first Asian American, first woman vice president of the United States. Behind her, the first African American president, Vice President Pence. Lindsay Davis.
You know, she had her hand on two Bibles, one that belonged to Regina Shelton, a former neighbor and family friend who she's often described as like a second mother. It's also the same Bible that she used during her swearing in as Attorney General and also as Senator.
And now we are going to hear, after Hail Columbia, Jennifer Lopez is going to be singing as well.
Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's own United States Marine Band.
Lady Gaga, Jennifer Lopez, both making resplendent fashion statements today.
For a guy
if that's not resplendent, I don't know what is.
No, we're just proud of how well you've grown up. 10 years ago, you wanted to take a notice.
Words I never thought I'd hear.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land
One nation under God with liberty and justice for all. From Jennifer Lopez. Approaching now the moment where President-elect Biden will take the oath.
The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
This is the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
The chief played for Joe Biden. Joseph Robinette Biden will be the 46th President of the United States. He was congratulated as Mr. President. He will officially become President in about 9.5 minutes at noon as he's giving the address. Saw Dr. Joe Biden overcome with emotion in that moment. Who wouldn't be? David Muir, the quest of a lifetime for Joe Biden.
George, this was the ultimate long game. He was elected to the Senate at 29, the youngest. He'll now be sworn in as the oldest president. He has waited, and he has dreamed of this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
so
be
many
seated.
years. He has told me the president's job is to heal, that the country needs healing, and he told me the words of a president matter.
Dr. Joe Biden there, First Lady of the United States. The bells at Howard University will now ring 49 times before the inaugural address.
A moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious, democracy is fragile, and at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we, the people, who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far, but we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it. My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the Great Mall, where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay in bed wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. This is what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And in my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic, those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. and I will give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
The inaugural address of Joseph Robinette Biden, now 46th President of the United States. Powerful, personal, emotional at times, delivered with command. The new president called Americans to empathy and action. He noted those events of 2 weeks ago, the siege of the Capitol, noted that our democracy is fragile, is precious, but it has prevailed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
As I said, he called Americans to empathy, saying, we can't harden our hearts, we must open our souls, put ourselves in each other's shoes, as his mother taught him.
Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home, at work, as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Amen.
Garth Brooks, Amazing Grace. Echoing the new president's calls to unite America. We'll now hear a poem from Amanda Gordon. Not quite social distance there for Garth Brooks. Hugs there. Former President Bill Clinton, former First Lady. Guess he can't help himself. Roy Blunt.
Hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gaze not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew. That even as we hurt, we hoped. That even as we tired, we tried. That we'll forever be tied together, victorious. Not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it in its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the west. We will rise from the wind-swept northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked south. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade of flame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Wow. How's that for a national debut? Most of us will remember where we were when we heard Joe Biden take the oath of office, give his inaugural address. We will all remember when we heard Amanda Gorman speak to the world as America's first National Youth Poet Laureate.
Amanda Gorman. Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors.
Echoes of Martin Luther King Jr. there. In the benediction of Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, with a prayer and a plea for unity in this country so deeply divided right now. Cecilia Vega, unity, the theme of the day, the theme of this inaugural ceremony, the theme of Joe Biden's presidential campaign, clearly going to be the early theme of his presidency. He said, "My whole soul is in this, bringing America together."
George, this was an inaugural speech aimed at uniting the country, but so much of this was speaking directly to Donald Trump supporters or those who may be doubting Joe Biden's legitimacy. He said, "We won this. This is democracy. You are seeing it in action. It's not about a candidate. Democracy has prevailed." But he also used this moment to attempt to reclaim truth. We just saw an outgoing president who, by counts, issued more than 33,000 assaults on the truth, mistruths, and this was about taking truth and reclaiming facts, George.
He did do that, and Mary Bruce, you're there at the Capitol today. He did not shy away from mentioning that siege of the Capitol 2 weeks ago. told the country, told the world, what we saw there will not prevail.
It was a fierce rejection of that kind of hate, of that kind of violence, as he did make this call for unity. And George, I have to say, I've listened to a lot of Joe Biden speeches, and he talks about unity a lot. And what always strikes me is that Biden is not a man of hyperbole. He views unity not as some lofty goal, but as a practical necessity. And you heard that here today, him saying to tackle this pandemic, to address racial injustice, the country's going to have to come together. Put aside your differences and work towards some common goals. As he said, without unity, there is no progress. And of course, without mentioning President Trump's name, it was a clear rejection of Trumpism. I kept thinking about, that famous line that Donald Trump said, "I alone can fix it." The message today from Joe Biden was, we alone can fix it. If this country has any hope of moving forward, it is going to take everyone coming together. And as Cecilia said, that message to the more than 70 million Americans who voted for President Trump was quite simple and very classic Joe Biden. Him essentially saying, just give me a chance.
Give him a chance. He used that folks a few times. Rachel Scott up there on Capitol Hill, part of that message, I will be a president for all Americans.
That's exactly what he was saying, and it was his main message on the campaign trail. It was the theme of this inauguration here today, and of course, it comes only 2 weeks after we saw what was an insurrection here at the Capitol. Joe Biden saying, this is a new chapter. Let's turn the page. Let's write this. And so much of this was about democracy prevailing at a time when it was tested. Democracy prevailing at a time when we saw rioters here try to overturn the results of an election. And I can't help but think about Vice President Mike Pence there, who was under immense pressure to do something that he constitutionally just could not do. And he resisted. And today he is there for this moment. President Trump is not, George.
He certainly is not. And of course, President Biden did thank his predecessors who were there today. Thank President Carter, who could not make it today. David Muir, that silence, failing to mention President Trump at all, that silence may have been the most eloquent and elegant rebuke possible.
It was profound not to hear. We were told this would be looking forward, but we did not hear him mention his predecessor at all. And there was the other moment, George, where he prayed in silent prayer for the 400,000 American lives lost in just 1 year in this country, and asked that America watching today pray with him. And I'm thinking about the millions of Americans around the country watching this, the 81 million who voted for Joe Biden, the 74 million who voted for Donald Trump. And we know the vast majority of Americans did not like what they saw 2 weeks ago. They were angered by it, frightened by it, saddened by it. And he said, we stand here just days after that mob tried to stop the will of the people. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. And he looked around him on the platform to Republicans and Democrats and said, we will get through this together. Look, folks. And he turned to his colleagues. We all understand here. The world is watching. And he asked the American people, we face this all at once. Are we going to step up? He says, I believe we will. And the imagery of what they pulled off today, the 25,000 National Guard troops who secured the Capitol, the green zone that we talk about in Iraq and elsewhere, in the Capitol, to pull this off, to send a message not only to America but to the world that democracy prevails, fragile democracy, but on this very important day, it prevails.
As we see Kamala Harris, the new Vice President of the United States, her husband Doug Emhoff. The President, Lindsey Davis, confronted so many crises in that inaugural speech, talked about the constant struggle in America, the struggle that is as long as our republic, as old as our republic routine, our ideals, and the ugly reality of racism and nativism.
Right, and he also said the same words that Abraham Lincoln said in his first inaugural speech when he talked about making that appeal to the better angels of our nature. You know, I think I have to just talk about 22-year-old Amanda Gorman just for a moment, because that was more than a poem, that was preaching. And it was preaching born out of wisdom, passion, and dare I say pain. You know, her poem was entitled The Hill We Climb, and of course this was not so much about Capitol Hill as much as it was the uphill battle that's been faced by so many Americans. And George, I just have to say, It has been a long time coming for black and brown Americans. And, you know, President Joe Biden has long talked about, you know, fighting for the soul of America. And he referenced that today. And he said, my whole soul is in this. And I think that Amanda, what she did was she revealed a bit of that soul for us in her poem. I do think that President Biden struck the right tone. The question now is, you know, will it resonate for Americans? And just one additional point, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris has issued her first tweet on her official vice presidential Twitter, ready to serve.
She is ready to serve. She is serving now as Vice President of the United States. John Karl, vintage Joe Biden in other ways as well, referencing his mother, talking about how we all have to open our souls instead of hardening our hearts. We've talked about this before. We talked about it during the campaign. His empathy has been his core, sort of the core value that he's always expressed. He's calling on all Americans to share it.
It's what's defined him. It's what's defined him since he first came into the Senate after the tragic deaths of his wife and his child. I mean, I thought just for a moment, George, Amanda Corman, again, I think it was a memorable speech for Joe Biden, an important speech, the most important speech of his life. I think we will also remember Amanda Corman. And the line that struck out to me was, even as we hurt, we hope. And the other thing, sandwiched in between, on the other side of Biden's speech, his Reverend Beeman saying, we must make friends of our enemies. We must make friends of our enemies, which defined the challenge that Biden takes on right now. And the line in Biden's speech that stood out to me was when he said, there is truth and there are lies. It's such a simple line, George. It is a platitude in any other context. But where we are now, the divisions that we face, we must make friends of our enemies, the challenge in doing that is that we have not simply enemies in a political context, but we have divided camps that do not accept the same definition of what is true and what is a lie. The people that stormed that Capitol in the name of a lie that was perpetrated and expanded on and pushed at every point by Biden's predecessor. So when he came out and said that line, again, that simple line, there is truth and there are lies, if he can convince us, if he can convince Americans of that once again, he'll go a long way to accomplishing what he needs to accomplish.
That would be a monumental victory for Joe Biden as 46th president of the United States. Mark Updegrove, presidential historian. We must not be enemies. We must not make friends of our enemies, as John Karl was just talking about. Echoes of Abe Lincoln right there.
Echoes Lincoln on the eve of Civil War in 1861, the worst domestic crisis that we have ever faced as a nation. We, of course, faced one 2 weeks ago, George. But I think what President Biden said at the top of his speech most resonated with me, which is, this is democracy's day. Democracy has prevailed. Despite what we saw from President Trump, his trying to sabotage this election, calling on insurrectionists to seize the Capitol, to try to overturn the result, to try to overthrow our country. Democracy triumphed. This today was a triumph of democracy.
Martha Raddatz, thank you. Mark, that was clearly the message that the new president had for the world as well. America has been tested, but we have come out stronger.
Exactly the message he was portraying. We will repair our alliances, lead not by power, but the power of our example and our leadership. A strong message to the world. And, of course, there are congratulations coming in from all over the world, as would be expected. Look, the world has to deal with whoever is president. And I know foreign leaders around the world during the Trump administration were just holding their breath. I also look, and I'm looking there at Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Mark Milley, who was among the crowd there today. He will remain chairman of the Joint Chiefs, but he had a very tough balancing act during this period. I know there's probably a sigh of relief over at the Pentagon that Iran didn't act up in the last couple of weeks, because there were certainly plans to respond to any attack from Iran. Mark Milley, of course, was caught up in the politics of Donald Trump, making that walk with him through Lafayette Park when they were going after peaceful Black Lives Matter protesters. I know Milley peeled away from the crowd there, but apologized for that, knew that was wrong, and then carried on and with his advice to the president. Also, all the military up there, George. I was looking at the Marine when he escorted Lady Gaga, as we see there still down, and thinking, boy, that's got to make his day. Probably never imagined he would be escorting Lady Gaga. Probably as surprised as we all were with your descriptions of the outfits, George. We like that a lot.
There we see the Speaker of the House. Terry Moran, I have to say, just watching those last few moments as Martha was talking, how refreshing to see presidents, former presidents, just sitting up there on the steps of the Capitol under siege 2 weeks ago, just chatting.
A return to some kind of normalcy. Look, those presidents did not agree with each other. They had their disagreements. In some ways, George Bush was elected to refute the presidency of Bill Clinton, and certainly Barack Obama to refute the presidency of George W. Bush. But in keeping with our tradition, there they are. And that's really what we heard, I think, in this inaugural address. Plain spoken. And although he didn't put it this way, I think Joe Biden was diagnosing the problem that is causing the disunity. He said our real foes are anger and resentment and hatred, and that without unity there's no peace, only bitterness and fury, no progress, only exhausting outrage, that worst version of ourselves that everybody seems to give themselves permission to be on social media. And it's really a problem of national character. Benjamin Franklin said, only a virtuous people are capable of freedom. And by virtue, he meant those common sense, common decency attributes that Joe Biden embodies and lives by. And I think that's the note he tried to strike in his speech. If it can help at all, it was probably the right note.
Barack Obama is a happy man today. You can definitely see that right there. A lot of fist bumps, a lot of elbow bumps. Byron, I was going to ask you about Biden's speech, but you probably want to talk about Amanda Gorman.
Right? I mean, she was phenomenal, George. And watching this moment, today's inauguration felt more like a church service, right? I mean, and we see there that, like after a good sermon, the congregation doesn't want to go home, right? People are still hugging, shaking hands. And I thought from Joe Biden today, certainly he was commander-in-chief, but he was also papa-in-chief. He gave a speech to comfort the nation. He said, in part, to those who did not vote for me, if you still disagree, so be it. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. So it was a unifying speech. And, George, if you think about it, it's a 4.5-hour drive from Scranton, Pennsylvania, where Biden's from, to the White House in Washington. It took Joe Biden 78 years from the shy side of blue collar to become the most powerful person on earth. That remains only possible in America. We are not a perfect nation, as he reminded us today, but the nation, the promise of America, remains today like no other on earth. And I think Joe Biden, this ceremony, even the presence of Mike Pence today, reminds us what is so unique about our nation.
Chris Christie, thank you, Byron. Did Joe Biden meet the moment?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he gave the speech he needed to give. And but again, today is today. And then tomorrow work starts. And I think for all of us, whether it was Rahm as mayor or me as governor, you know, the day you get sworn in is an amazing day, and you speak to your highest aspirations. And then the next day, everybody shows up to work. And then you got to decide, how are you going to execute on the aspirations that you spoke? And that's the great challenge that faces the president and faces everyone. I would say that I think that President Trump missed a moment at the very beginning of his presidency. He could have brought people together behind an infrastructure package that the country desperately needed, and gotten Republican and Democratic votes for it. I hope that President Biden puts that up pretty early on to show that he can make the aspirations that he spoke about today a reality of governing. If he does that, it will make him a more powerful president.
The hard work is going to begin immediately. COVID front and center, his COVID relief bill, as we see. The new Vice President of the United States, saying farewell to the man who was Vice President of the United States for the last 4 years, Mike Pence and Karen Pence. He served in the House as well. Now his first walk down those Capitol steps as a former Vice President of the United States. Rahm Emanuel, your thoughts on the speech?
I'd make 2 quick points. These days are usually self-asserting about democracy and the American story. I think when you look at the whole day's event, it's almost becoming self-reassuring about America's story and its democracy. We have to actually convince ourselves, given what happened 2 weeks ago. The second is, the American motto is out of many one. And underneath all of this is a basic point that after the last 4 years, we deviated from that motto. And I think when you really strip back, what Joe Biden was talking about was reasserting that motto as our North Star. The poem, which we all said, I mean, I think she stole the day, and I think we're going to hear a lot. That's the first we've heard it, not the last we've heard of Ms. Gorman. But that motto is our North Star. And I think Joe Biden, in his own biography, but also his words, was reminding all of us that out of many is one, and that is the project of America, and that's the project of a president who's unique in America to lead us towards that, no matter how many different ways the twists and turns it has. And I think that today he's started his presidency on a step forward, but it was a big step given the last 4 years.
Sarah Fagan delivered with such conviction.
Such conviction, and I agree so much with Byron that there is so much religion infused in this speech and unity. I don't remember an inaugural where references to God were so prevalent. And in some ways, I don't know that the Biden team thought of it this way, but it was a unique way to reach out to Trump's America. If you look at evangelical Christians, they overwhelmingly supported the president. If you look at church attendance in this country, the more likely you attend church more than once, huge numbers of those individuals supported the Republicans. That was a way for him to reach out without getting into politics.
Yvette?
A beautiful day, a beautiful set of speeches, lots of great words. I do want to echo that young woman, Amanda Gorman, who just reminds us America's best kept secret, black women are magic. We are brilliant, we are special, we are beautiful, we are amazing. And she is going to go down in history. I think she did steal the day. You know, I want to add a different perspective because I always do. There was one place where I wanted him to kind of step out a little more. And that was when he talked about being the president for everyone. And if you are not okay with that, okay, but I'm still going to serve you. I think back to John F. Kennedy, who said, ask not what your country will do for you, but what you will do for your country. And I think it's an important thing for him to say. Unity requires you to step up and do something too. The folks who came and stormed the Capitol 2 weeks ago, disenfranchised, feeling left out, guess what? A lot of us have felt that way. And we continue to show up and we fight for this country that is not perfect, that has not served us. And I wanted him to say, re-engage. You need to be a part of the solution. And I hope we see that coming out. Don't let these folks off the hook. We need them to be a part of the solution. He's not going to come to them and feed them from his hand. They have to come to the table. They have to be prepared to sacrifice and fight for the unity that they require and that they expect.
I think it was a call for all Americans to come together on that score, but perhaps not as direct as you would have liked to have heard, but he was clearly calling Americans to engage again, as we saw. And as we see these pictures now from the Capitol, we see President... Actually, no, I'm not sure that's President Obama again, so I'm not going to say it, but I do want to go to Rachel Scott. You were there for those moments where Vice President Kamala Harris was saying goodbye to Mike Pence.
I was, George, and I looked up on those steps and I thought about 232 years. 232 years in our nation's history where we have seen men stand on those steps. 48 vice presidents, now today the nation getting their first woman of color, of black and Indian descent, to serve as vice president of the United States. And this moment will not be lost for so many women of color in this country who have been told to wait their turn, who have been told to stand by, who have been told that this moment was not for them. And Kamala Harris, the vice president, said that when she took the oath of office, that she would be thinking about her mother who inspired her mother who told her to never listen to the word no. And we talk so much about Amanda, the poet that we heard from today, but this line I keep thinking about from her today, where she said that we, the successors of a country at a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one, George.
It was a remarkable moment right there. We see President Bill Clinton, former President Bill Clinton there as well, making their way through the Capitol. Not going to have the traditional lunch in the Capitol. Of course, that's not possible in this age of COVID. The President Biden will be signing some papers there in the Capitol, a toast with congressional leaders before heading down to the White House in military parade. We're going to stay with you all afternoon. And we'll also be going to Arlington Cemetery with the former presidents of the United States. Our coverage is going to continue after this quick break.
My family and I and the Indianapolis Colts have talked about what causes we really want to get behind. And one very important cause we wanted to be advocates about is mental health awareness.
I struggled for a long time, and then I had to go to counseling, and it's okay to not be okay. No, this thing we're going through, life is not perfect. And there's so many times where, you know, you're going to face so many obstacles and you're going to feel like the world is against you, and you just got to keep fighting. You got to keep fighting no matter what, and just don't ever give up.
Kicking the stigma is our commitment to eradicating and getting this environment changed.
Everybody hurts sometimes. So hold on.
It's very common to have both sensitivity and gum issues. Dentists and hygienists will want to recommend Sensodyne sensitivity and gum. You get the sensitivity relief as well as improved gum health, all in one.
Doing what we love can be painful. Introducing Aspercreme with essential oil. Now calming lavender oil is combined with fast-acting lidocaine for lasting relief. New Aspercreme with essential oil.
2 teenage girls were abducted.
TV's #1 new drama has everybody talking. 1, 2, 3. Big Sky returns Tuesday on ABC.
Hi, I'm Mike. Jack hired me to tell you about his bagel breakfast sandwiches with bacon or sausage. Jack, I thought you hired me to be the spokesperson.
Why choose one when you can have 2? Buy 2 for $5 bagel breakfast sandwiches.
We have done so much good for one another.
Crystal and golden. Open your eyes.
You know I love you. And I'm never going to feel the same way for anyone else.
There is a deadly cloying chill that haunts the Black community, curled around our kin in a thick cloud of menthol smoke. An aggressive magician's trick, abracadabra, sawed our family tree in half. Tobacco killing more of us than guns, drugs, and AIDS combined. Big Tobacco told us it was cool. Today we say no more. Remember who we fight for. Go to wearenotprofit.org.
Hi, I'm Mark, here to tell you about Jack's Bagel Breakfast Sandwiches with bacon or sausage. Whoa, Mark, Jack hired me. I got a contract. You mean like this one?
Why choose one when you can have 2? Buy 2 for $5 bagel breakfast sandwiches.
Because your safety matters. ABC 7, building a better Bay Area.
I, John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
I, Lyndon Baines Johnson.
I, Richard Bill Hausner.
I, Gerald R. Ford.
I, Jimmy Carter.
I, Ronald Reagan.
I, George Herbert Walker Bush.
I, William Jefferson Clinton.
I, George Walker Bush.
I, Barack Hussein Obama.
I, Donald John Trump.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
Joe Biden, now President of the United States, 46th President of the United States. There you see the National Mall right there, filled with flags instead of crowds today. Eva Pilgrim there as well. Eva, you can't get reaction from flags, but who have you been able to talk to? What have you been able to hear? What kind of a reaction are you getting?
I've been texting with a lot of the voters that I have been in communication with over the last year, and for the most part, I'm hearing a very positive response to the president's speech. One person texting me, "There is hope." And that was from a Republican. Most of the Republican voters that I've spoken to have said they, after listening to that speech, are willing to give Joe Biden, the new president, a chance. And another interesting thing that I noticed from a lot of those people who voted for President Trump in this past election, who are in red states like in the South and in the Midwest, the moment with Garth Brooks really resonated with them, specifically him after he sang Amazing Grace. He couldn't help himself hugging all the presidents. Just a reminder of the awe that the office of president does hold for many Americans and continues to hold for many Americans. One person texted me, "That's one way to win over rural America." And I just want to remind people, this isn't the first time that Garth has crossed political boundaries. He put out that song, "We Shall Be Free," after the Rodney King riots. He's performed for presidents before every president since Jimmy Carter except for Reagan. And he actually said that he decided to perform today after having what he called a sweet call from Dr. Jill Biden, the now First Lady. In his presser, he said, "I might be the only Republican at this place, but it's about reaching across and loving one another," adding that he's so tired of being divided. And he said in that press conference that he believes, quote, that Biden is hell-bent on making things good. That message of unity, seeing people of all kinds on that stage that resonate with different Americans, I think it will be very important going forward.
Everything surrounding this speech as well. No question about that. Eva Pilgrim, Deborah Roberts. We went from Garth Brooks to Amanda Gorman.
That's right, George. I got to tell you, first of all, she stole the show. I mean, I couldn't stop watching her, and I've been going over my Twitter feed, and I've been seeing as many posts about her as about the new president. So many people touched by her words. And I have to tell you, George, it's pretty clear she's a Hamilton fan, too, on top of being a great poet. You know, she talked about everybody sitting under their own vine, words that we had heard in Hamilton. History has its eyes on you. I mean, she certainly brought a youthful feel. But I agree with Eva. I felt like there was something in this inauguration for everybody, geographically, religiously, racially. There was so much there. And a friend of mine just tweeted me from down in Georgia, and she voted Republican, and she said she thought the speech was great. She thought the youth poet stole the day, but she said Biden's speech was good. And I have to tell you, it was what we needed right now. After having a stomach ache and feeling sick for so long, it was almost like a soothing bowl of grits, something that you would expect to hear from the South. But I think for a lot of people, yeah, exactly. Well, in the South, that's a big deal. But I think that he did what he needed to do, which is reach out and sort of touch all those people who might have felt disaffected. And, you know, as Chris Christie says, we'll see where we go from here because he's got a tall order. But he certainly did reach out to all of America today. That was pretty obvious.
He certainly tried to do that. He knows he's got his work cut out for him. Thank you, Deborah. His first tweet as president, the new president's account at POTUS is back up and running again. And he said there's no time to waste when it comes to tackling the crises we face. That's why today I'm heading to the Oval Office to get right to work, delivering bold action and immediate relief for American families. I want to go back to his original home, Scranton, Pennsylvania, his boyhood home. Stephanie Ramos is there.
George, this is where it all started. Right behind me is President Joe Biden's childhood home, a gray colonial sitting on North Washington Street in Scranton, Pennsylvania, a swing state that President Biden won in the election. And all morning long, we've seen people stopping by, driving by, taking pictures of the home, dropping off gifts. There was a couple earlier, people honking, as you just heard. A couple earlier also dropped off some balloons in the shape of a 4 and a 6. And if you look closely, it might be hard to see, but the house number 2446, the 46 is highlighted. Of course, Joe Biden becoming the 46th president of the United States, an American flag flying high as well. But there is so much hometown pride here in this town. I even spoke with some Republicans who said they voted for Donald Trump in the election, but are ready to turn a new page. They've accepted the results and say they're ready for a fresh start. Now, President Biden was last here in this town on Election Day, visiting the community and also visiting the woman who lives in that home. We spoke with her, and she says she's absolutely thrilled that this day has finally come. She says she bought the home from the Biden family back in the 1960s. She's been here ever since. She is excited. She says whenever Joe Biden would come to town, Biden's team would reach out, let her know that they were on their way. And last time Joe Biden was here on Election Day, he wrote on the living room wall, "From this house to the White House, by the grace of God." And George, that day is here.
He is in the White House now. He's heading to the White House right now. Thank you, Stephanie Ramos. I want to go to Trevor Ault in Lansing, Michigan. Michigan, of course, one of the most hotly contested states during this election. Trevor.
Well, George, we've been out here watching a few pro-Trump supporters come out to demonstrate. Nothing compared to what we know law enforcement was expecting. One of the 50 states that were on guard for credible threats. And there are hundreds of National Guard members and police who are laying low right now. They're available to respond if necessary. But what's clear, George, from talking to these demonstrators, as few as they may be, is that President Trump has done some lasting damage by continuing to spout off that fraudulent theory that this election was stolen. All of these people believe him, that Joe Biden did not rightfully win this election, and that's something that they will maintain into this Biden presidency, even though now they are resigned to the fact that Joe Biden has been sworn in. And while we're watching all of this, while there's not a large demonstration here, George, I've been reading the far-right discussion forums and social media sites on the internet, and there is a lot of anger and there's a lot of confusion right now. I think about that when Joe Biden continues to talk about unity. There is a large portion, a frighteningly large portion of this country that bought into a rotten conspiracy theory that past the election up until noon today, something was going to happen that was going to keep Joe Biden from being sworn in. Now that that has not happened, we're watching a lot of vulnerable people, a lot of angry people come crashing back to reality that the candidate that they thought was going to remain president is not going to do so, despite the fact that he said that this election was stolen. We have a lot of work left to do for this country. Chris Christie touched on this. Tomorrow the work is going to begin. It will take a lot of effort to bring this country back together beyond just condemning that insurrection that happened back in Washington, D.C., George.
The fact that so many people, so many Americans do not believe that he was legitimately elected is a serious issue. That's why he had to address it directly in the speech. Thank you, Trevor. Kana Whitworth is in Sacramento. Hey, Kana.
Hey, George, so I have to tell you, among lawmakers here in Sacramento and in California, there is an added sense of pride that our vice president is from California. It's the first time that we've had a vice president from the West Coast in some 60 years. And when I spoke with the mayor here in Sacramento, he said, I was an early supporter here of Kamala Harris. He considers her a friend. They served together. And George, he went on to say that he feels an enormous amount of relief that they are ending the Trump era. And he went on to say that he can't help but feeling a little bit, if not a lot, hopeful about what's ahead. So again, that added sense of pride and even some relief here in California today. I also want to point out that as you look here behind me, you can see this fence that has been erected around the Capitol. We have National Guard troops on these city streets and police officers protecting the state Capitol as well. All the police officers here have been denied their days off. They're working 12-hour shifts to keep this city safe. And I spoke with a Trump supporter who, instead of watching the inauguration, decided to walk his dog right out here. But you know what he told me, George? Without even hearing President Joe Biden's speech, he spoke of unity. He said, as a Trump supporter, we have been seeing unrest and violence break out in this city for the last 10 weeks. And without even seeing that speech, he echoed what he was saying. He wants to see unity here as well. So that's something that here in the state capital of California, they're hoping for. It's almost an eerily quiet scene here, George. I've spent a lot of time here, and usually there's a lot of people surrounding the state capitol, but it seems quiet today. Perhaps an air of hope that positive change is ahead. Well, I do want to mention that we hear Antifa groups are possibly gathering a few blocks away, and so we'll have to see what the rest of this day here brings. George.
Okay, Whitworth, thanks. You have to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
ABC News live coverage of the inauguration of President Joe Biden. Streaming nonstop on ABC News Live and on Apple News.
So ashamed I overpaid for this used car. I've decided to go undercover. Guess I picked the wrong used car site.
Remember, if you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on a used car again.
Hey, Bob.
Oh, my. Hey, Beth. How we feeling?
Good.
Yep.
Moving.
Shop millions of great deals, all with a free Carfax report. Only at the all-new Carfax.com.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere. Get fast relief here with Primatene Mist. FDA approved and available over the counter for mild asthma. It works quickly to restore free breathing. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
Never run dry. A killer attitude or hydration. Neutrogena Hydro Boost, the #1 hyaluronic acid moisturizer, delivers 2 times the hydration for supple, bouncy skin. Neutrogena.
Want to sell the best burger in every zip code? Add an employee. Or 10. Then easily and automatically pay your team and file payroll taxes. That means world domination. Or just the West Side.
Run payroll in less than 5 minutes with Intuit QuickBooks.
For pain relief, don't just block the pain with ordinary patches and creams. Help heal the pain with Thermacare. Real therapeutic heat increases blood flow to help accelerate healing. So you not only feel better, you get better. Thermacare. Real heat, real healing.
Celebrity Wheel of Fortune is Thursday's #1 new show. Now, will the Holy Moly Gang win big or go home puzzled?
Why is that combination together?
Don't question our puzzles, Rob. Celebrity Wheel of Fortune, Thursday on ABC.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Do you make junk disappear?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
Now.
Take that! And that! Ooh, take it all!
When you want junk to disappear, all you have to do is point.
There's a cold wind blowing in my head. One of us is gonna wind up dead. There's a cold
Life Pelosi wrote The Next Generation. New episodes Tuesdays at 8 on National Geographic.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
It's that time of year again. How can we help? Could you haul this away for me? Oh, it's gone. There was stuff here. Amazing.
When you want junk to disappear, all you have to do is point.
To find an ally, go to abc7news.com/takeaction.
There's the United States Capitol today, the day of the inauguration of Joe Biden. Just a few minutes, there's going to be a signing ceremony of some proclamations for Inauguration Day as nominations to cabinet positions of several officials. He will also review the troops later on. And as we've been saying, The new president will be attending a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery with the former presidents in attendance. Today, we're going to be covering all this all through the afternoon. Meantime, the White House is getting back to work. We just got this tweet from Jen Psaki, the new White House press secretary, saying, in the building, ready to get to work. Follow me at press secretary. Still work on the personal side here. She's going to be providing updates on other tweets. I want to talk to Rahm Emanuel and Sarah Fagan about this. We've all had that experience of leaving Inaugural and going into that empty White House and getting right to work.
Well, that's an understatement. I mean, I do think for the president-elect, usually you have the luncheon, the bipartisan luncheon. There are gifts exchanged, and he's making a necessity or a virtue out of a necessity. But that lunch is canceled, so he's going right to work to say, I'm rolling up my sleeves. We got these 12 crises facing America. Here's where I'm going to go. And he's making a virtue out of what obviously is a different norm than what normally presidents have in the bipartisanship. And he's going to do climate change. He's going to do stuff on immigration and basically hit the reset button. We're going to get back to work.
On the staff side, one thing that's different for so many Joe Biden staffers is so many of them have worked in the White House before.
Yeah, they will not need a map on how to get to the bathroom and where the Roosevelt room is. They'll know exactly where it is, etc. But what will be different? I mean, I remember talking to Ron Klain about this.
The new chief of staff.
Yeah, the new chief of staff. He had not sat in a room with one of his deputies, but only twice in the transition. And the idea, like, I think about this big debate we were going to have, should we do financial reform first or should we do health care reform? We had 25 people in the Roosevelt room today at that time to have a big Saturday discussion. You cannot do that now. And the idea that you're going to thrash through talk through strategy, policy, the politics, the timing of something, and 5 or 10 people are going to be on a camera is really going to change a lot.
Sarah Fagan, you went there from the inaugural ceremony of George W. Bush.
I sure did. As a staff person, there is nothing more emotional than having gone through that experience of a campaign where you devote your life. You turn your life over to this individual and you devote almost every minute. And the culmination on behalf of the country, you go from serving a campaign and a party to serving the country. And I remember Andy Card, who was the incoming chief of staff when I first went to work for George W. Bush, gathering us all and telling us that. We leave our partisanship at the door. We are now serving the American people. And we did go straight to work at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And we didn't slow up until, of course, we then were faced with 9/11, and it changed everything.
It did change everything that September. Kate Shaw, you had that same experience for President Obama.
That's right. I remember day one, an hour or so after inauguration at noon, rolling up our sleeves and getting to work inside this big, largely empty building. And we had a lot of challenges to face in January of 2009, but I mean, they really pale in comparison to what this Biden team is going to have. And they've got this very ambitious agenda. On day one, all these executive orders will be signed, obviously an aggressive legislative agenda. But I really was struck, in now President Biden's speech, he talked about democracy having prevailed. And of course, that's right. This inauguration was a testament to that. But you also heard this undercurrent in his speech and in others. We came very close to something really different from today. And that's both January 6th and the couple of months that led up to it with President Trump's sustained campaign to delegitimize the outcome of the election. And how the Biden team is going to respond to that project of democratic reconstruction and rebuilding, I think is going to be a huge challenge in the coming weeks and months. I mean, I think it'll be very interesting to see how this impeachment trial unfolds. Could that be an opportunity for a really strong repudiation of the sort of foundation of lies about the election upon which the January 6th insurrection was constructed? So I think that that'll be an important moment to sort of see whether that is something that gets tackled immediately, even while the Biden team, marches forward with this very aggressive policy agenda.
They're going to have to. Picking up on that point where, and of course, the president said democracy is fragile in his speech. I want to bring in Rick Klein on this. Right before he gave that speech, his new chief of staff, Ron Klain, put out a tweet saying there's nothing inevitable about all this. And that, I think that cuts in several different directions. One, there was nothing inevitable about his election this year. His campaign was on life support at several moments. There was nothing inevitable about getting to this day. As Kate was just saying, we came so close to having our systems appear to collapse.
we were as close to the breaking point as any of us can ever remember. And I think it's an important message coming from the incoming White House Chief of Staff, because for the people around him, the people who have shed blood in the trenches on behalf of the new president, they need the message that this fight has been real for them, that they have really toiled on the entirety of the Biden campaign, and that even these last couple of months, which should have been by rights a time of transition and even celebration for Biden and for the coalition that brought him there, that this has been as tense a time as they can imagine, and that we came very close to spinning in some bad directions, and that there's a lot of blame to go around that has to be hashed out through the impeachment proceedings of President Trump and also through the relationships with Congress. You can't just give a speech today about unity and change either how Republicans are going to view this time, or frankly how a lot of Joe Biden's own allies are going to feel.
No question about that. Thank you, Rick. I want to bring in Leah Wright-Rigueur, again, professor at Brandeis University. I'm picking up on what Kate Shaw was saying, using the word reconstruction. Many have looked at the challenges that Joe Biden faces, the inaugural he had to give today to a divided country, and say it echoes what the country was facing during those days of reconstruction.
Absolutely. And I think the choice and the use of the word reconstruction is certainly deliberate. Reconstruction is a moment that is America at its best, that demonstrates really the promise of equality, the promise of democracy, a way to bring in these 4 million newly emancipated slaves into the body politic of the United States. But it also represents America at its darkest, particularly the forces that work against progress, the forces that work against, the ideas and ideals of democracy. And I think we're in a moment like that right now, a moment that calls for radical and dramatic transformation in order to expand democracy for all, but one that is constantly under threat by those who would suppress, who would oppress, and really try to overthrow those values, those American values of democracy. We're not out of the darkness yet.
We certainly are not. Leah Wright-Rigueur, thanks very much. I want to bring in now Senator Chris Coons, Senator of Delaware, holds the seat once held by Joe Biden. Senator Coons, thanks for joining us today. I imagine this is one of the happiest days of your career.
Literally, George, I can sleep again. I am filled with hope and joy again. Yesterday afternoon, we had a wonderful, a powerful send-off ceremony for Joe and Jill, for President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, all the folks who've been his friends and family and supporters for decades. It was emotional for Joe because it was held at the Beau Biden National Guard Center. Last night, that amazing ceremony at the Reflecting Pool at the Lincoln to remember the 400,000 Americans lost so far in this pandemic. This morning, I was so encouraged by the worship service where former Majority Leader Mitch McConnell joined with now President Biden. And I thought his inaugural address was pitch perfect. I've always believed Joe was the man for this moment. And the message that he delivered in a gorgeous, sunny afternoon was full of optimism and hope about what we can accomplish together, even while he is clear-eyed about just how great the challenges are right in front of us.
Now comes the hard part. As you know, you're going to be dealing with it in the Senate, trying to both advance President Biden's agenda and deal with the trial of President Trump.
That's right. And managing the two of those is going to be a great challenge. This is an opportunity for the Senate to show that we can work again, that we can confirm the incredibly qualified, seasoned, and diverse nominees that President Biden has put forward for his cabinet. I believe 5 of them in total had confirmation hearings yesterday, all of which by account went very well. We also have to provide accountability for the events that happened here in the Capitol, where I stand right now, that was stormed by rioters, by a mob just a few weeks ago. I'm encouraged that Senator McConnell said earlier this week that he faults President Trump for inspiring that crowd. But we have to sort out how we're going to move forward with an agenda that delivers the support, the assistance that the American people need, while also managing that accountability. It's a tough challenge, but I think the Senate's up to it.
Do you think you're going to get that agreement to be able to do both in the same day, to do business in the morning, trial in the afternoon?
Well, That would be an important way for Senator McConnell of Kentucky to demonstrate that he recognizes this is an unusual moment, a special moment that calls for us to put down the tools of partisanship and to take up the work of binding the wounds of our nation and of delivering on the results that average Americans want from us. We've got millions of folks unemployed, more than 10 million. We've got millions of folks facing eviction. We'll lose another 100,000 American lives in the next month if we can't get this pandemic under control. It is raging out of control. And this is a moment when the Republican caucus and their caucus leader can demonstrate some grace and some give and make it possible for us to move forward.
You've got a reputation for working with the Republican senators, for being friends with the Republican senators. Given the events of the last couple of weeks, the last couple of months since the election, was it enough of a shock to the system to actually galvanize both parties into more cooperation?
I hope so. I've been urgently speaking to my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats, about how long it took to build a national deep distrust, the other pandemic that we are suffering from right now, and how sharp that explosion was. All of us were here. The entire Congress was in session. And as the days have unfolded since that assault on the Capitol and more details have come out, as we've celebrated this inauguration in the middle of an armed camp behind barbed wire topped walls with thousands of National Guardsmen, if this doesn't focus us, nothing will. I'll remind you, Abraham Lincoln gave his inaugural speech before a Capitol whose dome wasn't yet finished and on the verge of a civil war that tore us apart. We cannot repeat that mistake, the moment of being torn apart by a civil war. Joe Biden, throughout his campaign, has reminded us of the moments of division and the moments of triumph in our history. The speeches that he gave, from Gettysburg and Philadelphia to Warm Springs, and the last speech he gave once declared president-elect at the riverfront in Wilmington, they all harken back to moments in American history where only by coming together did we surmount our challenges. In my lifetime, we've never seen challenges like we have before us now. I'm literally standing in the halls of the Capitol looking at men in full combat armor and gear. I never thought I'd see this. I hope I never see it again. The only way out of this is to pull together.
Chris Coons, Senator Chris Coons, thanks very much. Let me bring in Dan Abrams to talk about this a little bit more. It's one of the themes of the day is how our democracy has been tested. Joe Biden said it was fragile as well. In some ways, it's amazing that a president of the United States refusing to accept the results, which were pretty clear after several days, could get this far and have so many people believe that the election really was in question.
And it's different than what has happened in the past. Meaning, there have been references to 1876, for example, where there was a big electoral fight. There was one in the early 1800s as well. The reason this one is different is because as a result of the fight in 1876, the rules were clarified. There was a law put on the books that specifically talked about the way the system would work. In this case, we now know. I think I have to go back to you, George.
Well, we're just watching. The president is now signing his Inauguration Day proclamation, his nominations to cabinet positions and sub-cabinet positions. They're now inside. We're going to hear from both Senators Klobuchar and Blunt, who ran the ceremonies after this, being assisted there by the vice president. This always takes place after the inaugural address. As Ron was saying, there's usually a lunch as well. That's not going to happen today. We see all those masks inside all throughout the ceremony today. Everyone who came to the Capitol today had to also have a test for COVID within 48 hours of appearing at the ceremony. The vice president, President Biden, has been so careful throughout this campaign, and of course is looking to set an example as president. Our coverage is going to continue. We're going to take one more quick break.
People everywhere living with type 2 diabetes are waking up to what's possible with Rybelsus.
You are my sunshine, my only
Rybelsus works differently than any other diabetes pill to lower blood sugar in all three of these ways. Increases insulin, decreases sugar, and slows food. The majority of people taking Rybelsus lowered their blood sugar and reached an A1C of less than 7. People taking Rybelsus lost up to 8 pounds. Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Wake up to what's possible with Rybelsus. You may pay as little as $10 per prescription. Ask your healthcare provider about Rybelsus today.
Did you know that Geico's whole 15 minutes thing, that came from me? Really? My first idea was, in 1/4 of an hour, your savings will tower. Over you, figuratively speaking. But that's not catchy, is it? It's not going to swim about in your brain. So I thought, what about 15 minutes, 15%? Serendipity.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
For skin as alive as you are, don't settle for silver. 7 moisturizers, 3 vitamins, 24-hour hydration. Gold Bond. Champion your skin.
Forge of Empires. Develop your own city from the Stone Age to the future. Available in the App Store and at FOE.tv.
No visitors. I'm here as an attorney. We're here to fix this. Get some people out.
For Life returns all new January 27th on ABC.
There you see the Capitol Rotunda. New President of the United States, Joe Biden, is about to receive gifts from the leaders of the Congressional Inaugural Committee. Rachel Scott up there on Capitol Hill. Boy, did they have a tough job organizing this inaugural, Rachel. They had to have about 7 or 8 different contingency plans for COVID and, of course, the security threat.
Exactly, George. And COVID was a big priority here for the organizers of this inauguration, particularly because they wanted to make sure people were going to be socially distanced, that they were going to be tested, and that they're not going to have people close together. So that's why you saw that luncheon canceled. Some of the things that we've seen in previous inaugurations just simply cannot happen during this time. It's another stark contrast to the Trump administration. You remember us covering those crowded White House parties, super spreader events, the Biden administration making it clear that COVID and getting the pandemic under control is their #1 priority. In fact, there is a very deep cleaning going on as we speak at the White House, on the White House grounds right now. It's going to be a dramatic shift. And then, of course, you have the security concerns, the heightened security. Just being here and seeing all of the National Guard armed, the fences 7 foot tall with barbed wire at the top of them. It is an increased law enforcement presence, just something that we did not see 2 weeks ago, George.
We did not see the honor guard getting in place for when the president is escorted out of the Capitol. I want to bring in Pierre Thomas, our Chief Justice Correspondent. Pierre, so far, at least the day has gone by without any of those security threats being manifested.
George, we've been checking in with sources all day. They've been communicating with people across the country. Nothing to speak of that has warranted a significant law enforcement response today. They've even been monitoring people coming in from out of the state. There was a report of a man who was mentally unstable, whose family reported him possibly coming to Washington. They jumped all over that. Sources say that they are at maximum tilt for any information, George, but so far so good. And George, if I may for a second, just talk a little bit about Biden's speech.
Please.
Where he says it was about a dream, that the dream for justice for all can no longer be deferred. And I was struck with how African Americans played a very prominent role in today's ceremony. Clearly a tip of the hat to them for being a pillar of Biden's win. And listening to Amanda Gorman, who we've talked about so much, I was struck with how African Americans are often not given due for being as patriotic as we are. Gorman's speech was really about calling out the best of us no matter what struggle we've been through. African Americans went out and fought in World War I, World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam, only to come home to face discrimination, Jim Crow, enduring racism. Yet here we still are, participating and pushing the nation forward toward a more perfect union, George, and she really symbolized that today.
She definitely hit it. We saw African-American police under assault 2 weeks ago at the Capitol, as well as we see this military band masked like everyone else involved in this ceremony today. Gio Benitez is in downtown Washington. Give us a sense of what the city feels like today, Gio.
Well, you know what, George? Right now, we are on Washington's famous K Street. This is a major thoroughfare here, of course, known for the lobbying and advocacy groups. And right here, you see one of the checkpoints, okay? But even if you wanted to get anywhere near the Capitol or anywhere near the National Mall, you're not going to get too far because there are layers upon layers of checkpoints here. And Pierre was talking about the security. ABC News has learned that there actually was an arrest earlier today for unregistered ammunition. Now, they don't think that it was specifically a threat because they didn't find any weapon per se, but they did find that loose ammo. And so that just shows how seriously they are taking any potential threat here. They aren't taking any chances. But as you can see, it is pretty quiet here. People are in a celebratory mood. So far, so good, George.
Thank you, Gio. You know, Tamara, one of the big questions is going to be, even if we get through today, and we hope and pray that we do, and it appears that so far we have gone through today, is will this violence rear its head again?
Yeah, the word insurgency has been used by some people who'd spent time in Iraq. There's a domestic terrorism movement. That's what the FBI is telling us. There's a broader number of people, just as in Iraq or Afghanistan, who are willing to countenance it. Perhaps not support it, but not oppose it. And I think that's a major problem, because once this kind of thing gets into a country, once a section of the country, in our poll, 18% of Republicans thought the attack on the Capitol was justified. Once that gets into the bloodstream of the body politic, it is hard to get it out, which makes holding President Trump accountable so important. And on that, I think you're seeing Mitch McConnell and other leaders stepping up, not as Republicans, but there are only two parties in the country right now. There's the party of democracy and the party of the mob. And that first issue will test how strong the party of democracy is.
It's been striking to see, you know, former officials, security officials like Andrew McCabe from the FBI say the only way to defeat it is to cut off those who would take action from those enablers, just as we did with Al-Qaeda.
Just as we did in Iraq. You need to separate the actual tip of the spear, the people with the weapons, from their support in the community. That's going to be a hard task.
Want to go back to Heidi Heitkamp on Capitol Hill as well. You're at the ceremony. Your impressions?
Oh, amazing, absolutely amazing. And the kind of interaction between Democrats and Republicans, something you haven't seen the last 4 years, I think is very positive. I thought Joe Biden's speech was very workmanlike. The themes that we've heard before, not a lot of poetry to it. He left that up to the best poet up there. That young woman hit it out of the park. But the one thing that I think, the sense that I get, and this is my 7th inaugural, was, phew, that's over. Let's turn the page. Let's get back to work. And so it was almost a sigh of relief collectively, and a bipartisan sigh of relief that we now are looking at the last 4 years in the rearview mirror, and we have an opportunity once again to govern collectively.
Heidi Heitkamp, thanks very much. The next symbols of bipartisanship, those gifts for the new president, that'll be coming up in just a moment. We're going to take another quick break.
Well, this is overwhelming. Where to start? Listen to celebrity decorators with their $1 million budgets and enormous staff? That's realistic. Or just step into a store. Oh, no. There's a better way. You've skimmed catalogs. You've browsed through blogs. You know what you like when you see it. Artful contemporary, Scandinavian minimalism, organic modern. You know what you want. Overstock's where you find it. Now let's get to work. A sofa, a floor lamp, an area rug. Never forget the area rug. Everything you need with free shipping every day. Easy, right? Getting it done with Overstock, where quality costs less.
Pain hits fast, so get relief fast. Only Tylenol Rapid Release Gels have laser-drilled holes. They release medicine fast for fast pain relief. Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
Our health matters more than ever. That's why the new MyWW Plus is our most holistic weight loss program ever.
The app helps you take the food you have and gives you creative ideas for meals.
You can choose any workout you want to fit with your time frame.
There are a ton of zero-point foods that I love. I never feel restricted.
With the new tools, my mindset has completely changed.
More holistic, more personalized, more weight loss.
The new program from WW, Weight Watchers Reimagined. Join today for 50% off and $0 down. Offer ends January 25th.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere. Get fast relief here with Primatene Mist. FDA approved and available over the counter for mild asthma. It works quickly to restore free breathing. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
Inauguration Night, ABC. A 2-hour primetime event starting at 8/7 Central with the ABC News Breaking News Special on the historic day and night. Then at 8:30, 7:30 Central, Celebrating America, hosted by Tom Hanks. Tonight on ABC.
Ever since you've been hanging out with Jack, there's something different about you.
Everyone's feeling the late night vibe with my $4 sauced and loaded tots with cheddar bacon or jalapeno ranch.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still the workday, just the night shift. Still home sweet home, just more mobile. Still hard work, just a little easier. The Chevy Silverado, making life's journey just better.
Current competitive owners with an eligible GM credit card can get $7,250 total value on this 2021 Silverado. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
There are a lot of things in life we want but can't have. Health insurance shouldn't be one of them. At Covered California, every plan is comprehensive, covering everything from preventive care to mental health. Covered California is the only place that offers financial help for health insurance. And now, there's more help for more people. And free assistance from experts to get more Californians covered. Starting with you. Covered California. This way to health insurance. Enrollment ends January 31st.
Babe, are those the tots we ordered?
Everyone's feeling the late night vibe with my $4 sauced and loaded tots with cheddar bacon or jalapeno ranch.
Because your future matters. ABC 7, building a better Bay Area.
Yeah. There is the scene. Roy Blunt, the chair of the Congressional Inaugural Committee, now speaking to President Biden. Let's listen in.
Bond between the executive and the legislative branch of the government. We probably don't need as much bonding because we already have that natural bonding with you and the traditions here. By those traditions, usually there's a painting at the front of that event that the chairman picks. This time, not knowing we were going to have an event until what we were going to do about an event until late, I asked Dr. Biden to help pick the painting, and this is the one that she recommended. The painting is landscape with rainbow. Rainbow, always a good sign. It's loaned to us for today from the Smithsonian American Art Museum. The artist, Dr. Robert Sheldon Duncanson, he was the best-known African-American painter in the years surrounding the Civil War. He was based in Cincinnati, encouraged by abolitionists who, among other things, sponsored a trip for him to do some study in Europe. This is a painting that he painted in 1859, and I think maybe it is sort of the classic America as a paradise painting that a lot of painters were doing then. But for him, a black artist painting this painting that's so much like an American utopia on the verge of a war that we would fight over slavery, makes all of that, I think, even more interesting in that while he faced lots of challenges, obviously was optimistic even in 1859 about America. And so, Dr. Biden, thanks for helping select this painting, and glad to have all four of you here as we move on to my good friend, Senator Klobuchar.
I like the rainbow.
The rainbow is always a good sign. Let's hope so.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Tour number 2. There we are. Good. Mr. President, First Lady, Madam Vice President, and our very first second gentleman, on behalf of the American people, it is our honor to present these custom-made crystal vases commemorating your historic inauguration. Lennox, which you know is a great company, American company, has handcrafted these gifts for the past 9 presidential inaugurations. It is a good thing I don't have to hand them to you personally. They each weigh, with the base, 32 pounds. But combined 64. But Jill, I know, is very strong and could take them both. Exactly. But the Lennox company is actually based in Bristol, Pennsylvania, which you know, Mr. President, is a mere 132 miles from Scranton. Since we know today all roads lead to Scranton. The team at Lennox has worked for months to capture the spirit of this inauguration and your incoming administration. Mr. President, your vase features the White House, and Vice President Harris's features the U.S. Capitol. The gifts represent the hope and the faith the American people have placed in you to move our country forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has sadly limited our usual hospitality, as others have mentioned, I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions. It's my honor and privilege to help present these flags of our nation that were flown over today's event here at the Capitol. Now, I have to make one point of personal privilege on behalf of the Senate. With all due respect to our distinguished Speaker and our colleagues from the House, I have to note, not only did we just swear in a son and daughter of the Senate to these high offices, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether. The Star-Spangled Banner is our greatest symbol of our endurance of the American idea. It flies over this building on triumphant days and on tragic ones, over all factions and all parties. And today this flag flew over our former colleague's inauguration as the very first female Vice President of the United States. So to our very distinguished former colleague, Madam Vice President, please accept this flag with the highest compliments and congratulations of the United States Senate.
The distinguished leader of the Senate pointed out that he has hosted this lunch for members of the Senate who have become president and vice president. But I have the privilege of giving the flag to the President of the United States, the flag that was flown when you were sworn in, Mr. President. This flag may it reflect all that is said about your inauguration. America united. May it be a symbol of the hope, the healing, and the just all of the enthusiasm that you have for our country. And as we heard the beautiful national anthem, when we're at the stadium and they say, is our flag still there? Then you say, play ball, right there. Play ball. So we're going to get ready to play ball. We're ready to go with the inspiration of our flag flying. But again, on behalf of the House of Representatives, it is my privilege to extend to you the flag that was flown the early moment that you were sworn in as President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. If we had the lunch, we would have had California wine. Is that not right? Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, congratulations. With liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Gifts presented by the leaders. Now the President, Dr. Joe Biden, are going to make their way out of the Capitol after they see the inaugural painting.
Modern technology, right? It's a good picture, too.
This is Kevin McCarthy, Republican leader in the House.
Well, President Biden, Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Emhoff, on behalf of Republicans in Congress, congratulations. Very proud of you both. When President Washington was sworn in as the first president of the United States, only a handful of people saw the ceremony or heard the famous first inaugural address. Today, the inauguration is seen around the nation and indeed around the world. Yet the task facing the nation is no less momentous than it was in Washington's time. I listened to your speech today. You talked among the tension and division. Our task as leaders is to bind this nation's wounds and dedicate ourselves to the values of all Americans share together. With modern technology, just a few minutes ago, it captured in these pictures. History in the making for all the world to see. This picture should serve as a reminder of that task that we have before us. As a very proud son of California, it is my honor to present to a very proud daughter of California as well. Today, Vice President Harris made history, and all of America should celebrate that. But we should also remember that this is not the end, but just the beginning. As leaders, we are judged not by our words, but by our actions. So let's go forth from here together, accomplish great things for the American people. And every time you look at this photo, remember the beginning of the job we have to do. Congratulations.
House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, right there.
Madam Vice President.
Steny Hoyer, the Democrat leader.
Dr. Biden. Mr. President. No, Joe. You're Mr. President. And we are so proud of that. Dr. Biden, he makes you call him Mr. President? Marriage is about to get rocky, I can tell. On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inaugural Ceremonies, I too am proud. More than that, I'm ecstatic to present the two of you this picture. A testament to technology and a testament to history. Mr. President, in your speech, you talked about faith. You talked about tribulations, but you talked about victory. The Johnson brothers wrote a great hymn. You know it well, Mr. President. Today, we have a new day. And that hymn came out of faith and out of deep trouble into hope. And they said, facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory's won. That's what your speech was about. And that's why we are so proud and ready to march with you, President Biden. God bless.
Moment of unity there. The presentation of the inaugural portraits. I'm bringing in John Carl, our chief Washington correspondent. John, the last time we saw Steny Hoyer and Kevin McCarthy speak in the Capitol was exactly 1 week ago, the impeachment of President Trump.
And we heard blunt words during that speech by Kevin McCarthy during the impeachment. He voted against impeaching Donald Trump, but he was blunt. He said that Donald Trump bears responsibility for the attack on the Capitol. He also said, don't blame this on Antifa. Don't blame this, pretend this was anything but what it was. Enraged supporters of the president. And I heard words that were interesting from Kevin McCarthy there. He congratulated. You expect them, again, in any other circumstance, they're normal. He congratulated the Bidens and Kamala Harris. He has, I think, George, one of the toughest jobs in Washington because he has recognized the legitimacy of this election. He has called the riot what it was, put the blame where it should be placed. But he's in charge of a Republican caucus that has, for the most part, not done that. And he's 5 votes away from potentially being Speaker. This is a very narrow Democratic majority in the House, a very narrow Democratic majority in the Senate. And I thought it was interesting to hear those words, not just from Kevin McCarthy, but also from Mitch McConnell.
Thank you, John. The president about to be escorted out of the Capitol now. You see the honor guard there. He'll be greeted by the commanding general of the military district of Washington, Major General Omar Jones. You see the honor guard lined there on the Capitol steps. Rachel Scott there on Capitol Hill, a majestic moment.
It is, George, and we are going to watch Biden walk down these steps. He has seen 8 presidents. Now he will leave as the next president of the United States. And listening to what John Carl was saying, I was struck by just those moments inside, those just rare moments of unity that we have seen play out here on Capitol Hill after a very contentious 4 years, especially the last 2 weeks. Biden last walked these marble halls as a senator more than a decade ago, and Congress has definitely changed. And as he calls for unity, he will be challenged with not only trying to unite a nation, but trying to get lawmakers on the same page to get his agenda through, an agenda that is going to be not only challenged in Congress, but also at a time when we have confirmation hearings and that impending impeachment trial, George.
No question about that. The honor guard in place. David Muir, we heard from Chris Coons. They don't even have agreement yet on how they're going to conduct their business as President Biden takes office, and that trial must begin.
We certainly know the president's wish from talking with his team yesterday, even before this monumental day for him, that they hope that the Senate will be able to move forward with both its constitutional duty and with the work of the day. I do wonder, with the difference of what we're seeing given the COVID pandemic and the luncheon that would normally take place, instead the American public is seeing the gifts exchanged, that this has been sort of a nice break from the vitriol and the political divide in this country to see the House Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, soon to be, and Speaker Pelosi standing there and trading a laugh or two. Mitch McConnell made the point that we now usher in a president and vice president who bypassed the House completely. They come from the Senate. There was laughter in the room from both of them. But as John points out, and you just saw the Minority Leader McCarthy there, he said, "I'm proud of both of you." These are words you don't hear in Washington. And I do think, in addition to the gifts, the physical gifts that we saw today, that those words were a bit of a gift to the American people at a time when we're desperate for some sort of bipartisan give and take. And perhaps that's also a symbol today of some hope to come. Mitch McConnell, though, very clear yesterday, even though we don't have a working plan yet, when this trial will begin, how they will proceed with their days, he made it very clear yesterday the mob was fed lies. They were provoked by the president and by other powerful people, still leaving open the option of which way he'll go on this.
Lindsay Davis, President Biden beginning his term with some goodwill. His approval rating close to 70%, about 68% right now. President Trump is leaving office, never having hit 50.
And, you know, I'm struck by also, because I was talking earlier about that public sentiment shift, right? And just now we heard from Congressman Steny Hoyer, and he was talking about let us march on till victory is won. The words that he was quoting were the Negro national anthem, lift every voice and sing, which really kind of will resonate with many. And at the same time, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy also saying, I listened to your speech. I heard what you had to say. And I think that that's powerful as well, because, you know, we cannot forget that there are a large number of Americans who do see this so-called browning of America as a threat, who think that their freedoms and liberties are being stripped away, who see, perhaps most significantly, that America was already great in their minds, right? And so there's a thought of let's go back to that and not necessarily forward to this. And I think that those are the minds that President Biden is going to really have to change at this point. And funny enough, you know, Kevin McCarthy was talking about George Washington, and in 1797, John Adams said that he, after George Washington's term was over, that he thought that he had whispered, I'm almost out, you're almost in. Guess who's happier? But Joe Biden seems really happy today.
He does.
He definitely does. This has been the quest of a lifetime, as we've said. And we see that crowd there gathering there on the Capitol, a small crowd on the Capitol. Rahm Emanuel, I wonder, one of the things, though, we saw Joe Biden today. We saw him give the speech. I was thinking, though, of the speech that Pete Buttigieg used to give during the presidential campaign about how nice it's going to be to wake up the morning after we have a new president and just not have to tune in 24/7, every minute of the day, watching for a tweet, watching for some kind of new incendiary statement. That approach, kind of taking a laid-back approach, worked for Biden in the campaign.
Without it, I mean, first of all, think about all this ever since Twitter, the President Trump was taken off Twitter, how all of us just immediately, the mercury just started to drop back down to 98, 97.5, 97.3. So for all of us, this is going to be a sense of relief that not every minute there's going to be put on at 103 degrees, this fever pitch. And I do think for the president-elect, part of who he is about, and I think you saw I actually was struck by how Mitch McConnell approached him. There is a camaraderie there of one of their own of the Senate. People that know each other. I don't want to use this, but like an old shoe, that you're comfortable, you know each other. And I think when you think about how, the fact is that Nancy Pelosi and President Trump never talked for about a year. Mitch McConnell's going to be very comfortable picking up the phone, and it's going to go first name basis. Mitch, Joe, etc. Obviously, I do think McConnell will call him Mr. President, but he'll call him Mitch. And they will be able, because of that trust, to get so much farther. Now, I don't think everything's going to get, birds aren't going to be chirping. Beethoven's not coming through the cloud and playing. On the other hand, that is a big piece of business when it comes to Washington. I'm glad you put in that caution, because you made me think of your former boss, Barack Obama, who would always bristle when people said, oh, if you just go play golf with John Boehner or go have lunch with Mitch McConnell, everything's going to be better. He said, no, it's about power and where the votes are. I'll never forget this meeting. We were meeting in the Roosevelt Room, and Eric Cantor was saying something to the president.
He's a Republican congressman.
Yeah, Republican congressman, Republican leader, and he said something, and President Obama looked at him and says, Eric, elections have consequences. And that was almost the beginning, because the Republicans walked out and felt like they never had a chance to be heard, although I think there's a disagreement about that, and I don't want to take our time here. But the fact is, I think they are going to give, and I read Mitch McConnell now, I think he is going to give Joe Biden a lot more latitude than he did President Obama. I don't think it's going to be a breakout of bipartisanship, but I don't think it's going to start with rancor, because I think the first person that does that is going to be called off sides.
Well, and on that point, Chris Christie, on the margins, personal relationships matter.
Oh, I think it matters more than on the margins. As you develop those relationships, it becomes a lot harder to hate up close, George. And yeah, we're very divided right now, but I think taking the time to build those personal relationships and understanding, as with any personal relationship, there's going to be ups and downs to it. And every time there's a down, you can't, hop off the train. You've got to hang with it. You have a responsibility as an elected official. But I will say, in response to what Rob said about the temperature going down, because the president's no longer, or former president now, has no longer been on Twitter, I would also say that we've got to be concerned about some of that, too. I don't want Jack Dorsey or other folks in social media deciding who gets to speak in this country and who doesn't. And it bothers me that the Ayatollah has a Twitter page and Donald Trump doesn't. And so while I understand how it helped, I understand how it helped, Ron, but let me tell you, the first time they turn around and they take someone off that you like and you agree with, there's going to be some real problems.
It's time for the pass and review now for the president. Martha Raddatz, those military bands, the pride of the military.
The pride of the military and those ceremonial troops. The old guard is what you were watching just now for that pass and review, which commanders used to do all the time and still do to see if their troops are ready. But I keep thinking about the picture of the Capitol. We have National Guard surrounding the Capitol, essentially protecting the president and those troops performing those ceremonial duties. You know, this morning, President Trump, as he was departing, former President President Trump, said the military is thrilled with what they've done. The military is as divided as this nation in many ways, but you've also never seen letters like national security leaders and former generals saying that they thought the former president was a national security threat. You also have the Bidens there, who I am sure are thinking of Beau at this moment. The Biden family served. Beau Biden served in Iraq proudly. And Joe Biden has traveled the world. He visited troops all the time. It meant a great deal to him. And Dr. Jill Biden made it her mission to help military families, and particularly in the very darkest days of Iraq and Afghanistan. They were there for those military families, and Mrs. Obama, too. They really took it upon themselves to try to help and try to be involved, and I'm sure that is something Jill Biden will do going forward. You always hear Joe Biden talk about the troops at the end of his speeches. God bless our troops, after saying God bless America. So this is a very meaningful thing to Joe Biden. Certainly, President Trump was accused of politicizing the military in many ways, and he did that, and that caused a lot of strain in the military, basically using them as props. He had all those generals working for him in the beginning, and then decided he was smarter than the generals. And of course, we all remember that Atlantic article that came out in September, quoting him as saying he was calling them suckers and losers. So I think you will see a very different posture with the military, with Joe Biden. And by the way, George, I'm sure right now that nuclear football is somewhere near President Biden. He has the codes, I'm sure, at this point, because at noon, when he became president of the United States, he is commander-in-chief, and he has those military codes now, which are usually kept on one's self. He probably has them in a pocket or a breast pocket of his suit in case they're ever needed, and we hope they never are. I've actually been out to those missile silos. It is extremely sobering to see those facilities where there are nuclear missiles in the ground, but that is definitely the most profound moment for a president when they receive those codes.
And as he was giving that speech, all that power was conferred on him. Thank you, Martha. The motorcade is going to head now to Arlington Cemetery. Both the president and the vice president will lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, of course, joined by former presidents Clinton, Obama, and Bush. I want to go to Matt Gutman, who's on New Jersey Avenue in the Capitol right now. That motorcade is going to be making its way through empty streets that are normally filled with tourists and celebrants on this Inauguration Day.
You know, George, it is such a moment. You've been here. The last time we were here in 2017, we literally couldn't walk. I mean, this place was swimming with the pageantry of an inauguration, tens of thousands of people swarming through here with signs and posters, laughing, and it's a little eerily quiet. You know, right now I'm going to show you something. Basically, all we have are the National Guard, law enforcement on this side, and reporters just beyond. It's the people that are missing, and that's what makes this so distinctly different and slightly sad. But speaking about the National Guard here on New Jersey Avenue, there have been 35,000 National Guard troops plus security here from HSI, Secret Service, etc. But one of the great things that I've been seeing is a lot of people just coming by this buck private here named Reynolds and saying, hey, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for being out here. And despite the fact that there are not a lot of spectators here, there is a sense that we have turned a corner, a sense of relief, and I think a sense of pride for a lot of these people helping pull security here. It's not a very exciting job, a little bit boring, but Private Reynolds told me he feels like he's part of history right now. George.
Thank you, Matt. Heidi Heitkamp, you were talking about that feeling of relief, of refreshment.
Absolutely. But I have to say something about the National Guardsmen. When I was walking over here, there's a whole lot of them lined up, and they're going to watch this motorcade go by, and they're going to see something in their lifetime they never thought they could see. And so that just gives me a sense of calm, a sense of, you know, so many of them are so young, and it's just really exciting for them to witness this very, very important American ceremony. But when you look at even the relief with Mitch McConnell and the relief with Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, you can see they're ready to turn the page. I want to say something about the relationship between McConnell and now President Biden. I would say, you know, they may think that they can forge this ahead, but Mitch McConnell has about 5 people who get up in the morning, and as they're shaving, and most of them are shaving, they see a president. And it's going to be a lot harder for Mitch to hold his caucus together, I think, in a minority, and also in a time when many of them think that they are going to make their mark and make their statement and become president of the United States.
That is always a challenge for any Senate leader. The motorcade making its way now to Arlington National Cemetery. We're going to take a quick break, be back as the president heads with former presidents to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
We are the Thrivers, women with metastatic breast cancer. Our time for more time has come. Living longer is possible and proven in postmenopausal women taking Kisqali plus fulvestrant. In a clinical trial, Kisqali plus fulvestrant helped women live longer with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer, and it significantly delayed disease progression. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Ask your doctor about living longer with Kisqali.
With United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, there's so much to take advantage of, like $0 copays on virtual visits.
Wow.
$0 copays on primary care visits and lab tests.
Wow.
Plus, $0 copays on hundreds of prescription drugs.
Wow.
United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, including the only plans with the AARP name. Most plans have a $0 premium. It's time to take advantage.
Wow.
Doing what we love can be painful. Introducing Aspir Cream with essential oil. Now calming lavender oil is combined with fast-acting lidocaine for lasting relief. New Aspir Cream with essential oil.
Find your rhythm, your happy place. Find your breaking point. Then break it. Every emergency gives you a potent blend of nutrients, so you can emerge your best with Emergency.
Hey, Malcolm, you know that Audible's got a lot more than audiobooks?
Of course. Podcasts.
Originals.
Bestsellers.
Future bestsellers.
Sleep stories.
Sleep story. What are you talking about, sleep story? Malcolm. Oh, wow. Malcolm. Malcolm. Hey, no, Roxy. Hey, Roxy, get out of Malcolm's house.
The most inspiring minds, the most compelling stories, all in one place. Audible.
Strong women, the hottest topics, sharing their views right here.
I want to say something about that.
That's the kind of women we are.
And that's why the most watched #1 daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
There you see the presidential motorcade, the Beast, now carrying the new President of the United States, 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden, through the empty streets of Washington, so heavily protected today on this Inauguration Day, on his way to Arlington Cemetery, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, where he will lay a wreath along with the Vice President Kamala Harris and the former presidents in attendance today, Presidents Obama, Clinton, and Bush. We're joined now by Senator Bernie Sanders. Of course, he ran for president against Joe Biden in the last campaign. now serving in the Senate, became one of his most loyal campaigners after losing the nomination. Senator Sanders, your thoughts on this Inauguration Day?
Well, I thought President Biden did a very good job in striking the right themes. And George, I think one of the main points that he made is that our country today faces a series of crises that are unprecedented, maybe since the Civil War. You got a pandemic, you got an economic meltdown, you got millions of people who have no health insurance. You have an educational system which has been disrupted because of the pandemic. You have massive levels of income and wealth inequality. You got climate change. Bottom line is that if we're going to restore faith in the American people's belief in our government, we are going to have to act, and act boldly, and do it in a very rapid way. We're going to have to show the world we can walk and chew bubblegum. We can do more than one thing at the same time, because people are hurting. Families are going hungry. People are worried about being evicted. People are worried about being able to afford to go to the doctor. We've got to respond to that pain.
You said act boldly. You said last year that President Biden could be the most progressive president since FDR. Is that possible in a 50-50 Senate?
Absolutely it is. It's possible. First of all, we hope that our Republican colleagues understand the kind of pain and desperation that is out there and work with us to respond to that desperation.
Do you see any indication of that?
It's too early to tell. I certainly hope that it will happen. But second of all, there are tools that we have. The president has executive orders, which can make a significant impact on the lives of people. And second of all, and I say this as the incoming chairman of the Budget Committee, we have a process, as you know, called budget reconciliation. And that process, for a number of issues, not all, requires only 50 votes plus the vice president. So there is a lot that we can do through budget reconciliation, and I intend to do everything I can to make that happen.
You simplified it well. I'm not going to get into the term reconciliation, but basically the president has a choice. He can choose to go a route where he tries to pass something with 50 votes plus one, or where he tries to get Republican bipartisan buy-in on the big plans. He seems to indicate that he wants to try that bipartisan approach, which it really is at odds, or at least in tension, with what you're talking about.
Well, yes and no. I have no problem with reaching out to Republicans. I would prefer to do it that way. But if we hear very early on that Republicans do not want to act in a way that meets the needs of working people in this country or the middle class, sorry, we're going to do it alone. The truth of the matter is that Republicans used budget reconciliation over the years to provide massive tax breaks to the rich, to try to repeal the Affordable Care Act. We're going to use it to protect working families and the middle class of this country. I'll give you one example. We have a minimum wage here in Washington, a national minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. That's a starvation wage. You got tens of millions of people working for starvation wages. We got to raise that minimum wage to at least $15 an hour. We can do that through reconciliation, and I intend to do my best to make that happen.
And Senator, do you think you can get this done as you're also pursuing the Senate trial of President Trump? And how quickly will that happen? How quickly can it get done?
Well, George, that's what I meant when I said we got to walk and show the American people we can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. Yes, I think we have got to impeach Trump. We cannot have a president who incites insurrection against the government that he was sworn to defend. You got to do that. But at the same time, you can't spend weeks and months on that. Move it quickly. Confirm Biden's nominees quickly. And then let us simultaneously address the terrible health and economic crises facing this country. We got to move very aggressively to make sure that vaccines that we need are produced, that they are distributed, and that they are in people's arms as quickly as possible. We need to create jobs. We need to raise the minimum wage. We need to do so many things, and we got to do it immediately, as quickly as we possibly can.
Senator Sanders, thanks for your time today.
Thank you, George.
I want to bring in Rebecca Jarvis on this point. And Rebecca, we're dealing with a paradox, and the president is going to have to be dealing with this paradox right now. I think as he was speaking, the stock market hit another record high as America as a whole is dealing with a jobs crisis unlike any we've seen in a generation.
That's right, George. And you can look at the stock market hitting a new record high as a sigh of relief on Wall Street, as a vote of confidence on Wall Street. But the underlying economy is still here. And now, as President, Biden inherits an economy that is, in some respects, worse off than the one he inherited with President Obama in the Great Recession. In fact, in order to get our country back to full employment, he will have to create more jobs than he did with President Obama, with about 10 million people still out of work as a result of this pandemic. And when you think about the types of work that needs to be done, the stimulus measures, the number of people who are still far behind on mortgage payments, rent payments, the number of people who are still collecting some form of unemployment benefits, and the fact that getting that money into their hands has been difficult in the last handful of months. The people who need the money most, in many cases, are not getting the kinds of resources that they need. The types of industries that are most impacted by this crisis, without a pandemic, without the pandemic and a full recovery of the pandemic, those very people will still be facing unemployment, George, in areas like restaurants and hotels and travel. These types of jobs are not set to come back without a full recovery of this pandemic.
Rebecca Jarvis, thanks. The presidential motorcade making its way across Memorial Bridge to Arlington Memorial Cemetery. The president will be there shortly. We're going to take a quick break and join them when he arrives.
You're watching ABC News, live coverage of the inauguration of President Joe Biden. Streaming nonstop on ABC News Live and on Apple News.
I have been suffering with migraine for years and years, and nothing has really worked for me until now. With the Nurtec ODT, I have felt such relief. I am able to go about my day as if nothing happened.
Nurtec is the only quick-dissolve treatment for migraine attacks that can get many people back to normal activities and last up to 48 hours with just one dose. Don't take if allergic to Nurtec. The most common side effect was nausea.
For more information, go to Nurtec.com.
We're so embarrassed we overpaid for this used car. We don't even want to show our faces around here.
If you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on a used car again. Shop millions of great deals at the all-new Carfax.com.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere. Get fast relief here with Primatene Mist. FDA approved and available over the counter for mild asthma. It works quickly to restore free breathing. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
Dry, distressed skin that struggles? You have a powerful partner. New Aveeno Restorative Skin Therapy. A unique formula with a rich complex of aloe, vitamin B5, and our highest concentration of prebiotic oat. It intensely moisturizes over time to improve skin's resilience. And nothing feels better than that. Aveeno. Healthy. It's our nature. Try the dermatologist-tested body wash and balm, too.
Get ready to say good morning to...
It's Yara here.
Yes, it's Yara Shahidi.
That's me.
This morning, Yara's on ABC's Good Morning America, America's #1 most watched morning show.
You asked, are home values going up? My data shows home values are going up. You should pay off debts using your home's equity. Intel alone could get you $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 or more at a 1.875% rate with a 2.12% APR. Pay off high-rate credit cards and more. Pay off debt at a 1.875% rate with a 2.12% APR. Call Intel alone at 800-918-9200. Intel alone. Borrows smart.
The school was notified this morning. We know the whole story.
A Teacher. Stream the entire season now on FX on Hulu.
For the first time, I wanted to feel free.
He was your student. The most important thing right now is for you to tell the truth. I have to live with this forever. And so do you.
A Teacher. All episodes now streaming exclusively FX on Hulu.
The most important thing in the Chevy Equinox is not front pedestrian braking. And it's not forward collision alert either. No, the most important thing in the Equinox isn't any of the advanced safety features we've put into it. It's what you put into it. Chevy Safety Assist, standard on every 2020 Chevy Equinox.
Current competitive owners with an eligible GM credit card can get $7,250 total allowance on most 2020 Equinox models. See your Bay Area Chevy dealers today.
Find local resources at abc7news.com/takeaction.
Inauguration Day 2021, Joseph Robinette Biden, the 46th President of the United States, and that is his motorcade right there heading into Arlington National Cemetery, where he is being met with a 21-gun salute. Cannons firing at 9-second intervals. Martha Raddatz, that field, that tomb, some of the most hallowed ground in the United States.
It's absolutely a sacred space, and it is so large. I don't think people realize unless you fly in and out of Washington, D.C., just how massive that is, how much sacrifice this nation has made. And going to the tomb of the unknowns, and those remains there are representative of all who have died in our wars. And as Joe Biden and Jill Biden pass these markers, they have to have solemn remembrances of all. And as we were saying, George, they have been so involved with the military over the years. But it is the most profound thing Joe Biden will do is if he has to send young men and women into war. And that tomb and those soldiers standing there and that 21-gun salute are reminders of the seriousness of that, of the seriousness of the decisions any president makes. And this is what they think about or should think about when they're sending young men and women to war. Just how profound that is, George.
It hits close to home for Joe Biden, for President Joe Biden. Of course, as we've discussed, his son, Beau, did serve in Iraq. Stephanie Ramos, you covered him there.
That's right, George. I cannot help but think of Beau Biden today, President Biden's eldest son, who died in 2015 at the age of 46 years old. He was a politician and a lawyer in the Army National Guard. And I remember meeting him in 2009 when we were both deployed to Baghdad, Iraq. And he was so kind, so compassionate. And he didn't expand too much on his own political aspirations. But when I asked him about his father possibly running again for president, he said we would have to wait and see, but then he went on to speak so fondly of Joe Biden. He said his father loves his family immensely, his children, and his country. And it was just earlier this week when we heard from President Biden at that Army National Guard Center in Delaware, named after Beau Biden, where he said he should be swearing in Beau Biden as the 46th president of the United States. So a very emotional moment for President Biden as he reflects and remembers his late son, but also reflects on this new role as commander-in-chief.
We saw that emotion yesterday for the new president when he was saying goodbye to his home state of Delaware, remembering his son, Beau, saying he always believed that he was the one who would be president, the Biden who would become president of the United States. David Remnick, editor of The New Yorker, is with us as well on the phone as we're watching this motorcade go on. David, I've been reading you for the last 4 years about Donald Trump, maybe 5 years about Donald Trump, sounding the alarms you thought for our country. Your thoughts as you watch Joe Biden give his inaugural address?
Well, the initial feeling is one of immense relief, largely because Donald Trump, who is, I think, easily the worst president we've ever had, the most malevolent, one who seemed intent on wreaking havoc on his own country, is gone. And that power will leach away from him more quickly than I think he's even aware. The crisis we face is what he aroused, what the terribly dangerous current of bigotry and malevolence toward the rule of law that he aroused in this country, and over 70 million people voted for him. How will they face the future? How will they face their next vote? How will they regard Joe Biden? That's an enormous burden on the new president.
Thanks in part to your reporter Luke Mogelson, we saw just how horrifying that crowd could become inside the Capitol 2 weeks ago. A real threat to members of Congress, real threat to our democracy. And now Joe Biden has to face the task of healing that democracy while also holding all those responsible accountable for what they've done.
This has always been the enormous burden of democracy in many ways. You just can't put thousands and thousands of troops on the street and then protect democracy. Democracy has to be protected as an idea and as a set of institutions with work that's even more difficult than any military or police force can provide. It has to happen inside of people's hearts and minds. And the question is, will Joe Biden and many others have the wherewithal to not only halt a pandemic, not only right an economy that's been jolted so terribly in people's very real lives, but to alter a kind of information space in which lies have become so prevalent that, as the authoritarian rubric has always gone, when nothing is true, everything is possible. That's the world we lived in the last 4 years, a real authoritarian attempt.
What can a president, you're so right about that, but what can a president do about it? I guess we saw it beginning in the inaugural address today.
Well, he can begin by being decent. He can begin by being truthful. He can encourage currents of truth rather than falsehood. That's a beginning. One man, one woman is not able to do this all by themselves. It's incumbent on all of us, all institutions, whether it's the press, whether it's schools and universities, to face things squarely as they are. That doesn't mean that disagreement and debate, even extremely tough debate, will disappear. But we have to face a world of truth. Otherwise, we are sunk.
It is essential. David Remnick, thanks very much for your time. Lindsay Davis, we're seeing the president now approach Arlington Cemetery. Inside the grounds of Arlington Cemetery, we saw those acres and acres of graves.
Yeah, you see how massive Arlington Cemetery is and just how much it spans. It has about 400,000 graves, and that really gives you a picture of what 400,000 headstones looks like. And of course, with COVID deaths, we've now surpassed more than 401,000. Wouldn't it be able to bury all of those who have succumbed to this virus at Arlington Cemetery? Of course, COVID is a top priority for the Biden campaign. As it's been stated, he plans right away to have that mask mandate on federal grounds, to have the 100 million vaccine shots in his first 100 days. Of course, Dr. Fauci has said that currently we're at about 750,000 a day. So in order to reach his goal, we'll have to get to about 1 million a day.
The ceremony right there. Of course, David Muir, when they hit 405,000, that will match the number of Americans who sacrificed their lives during World War II. Shows the scope of the challenge that Joe Biden and our country is facing, as even his own aides are warning that death toll likely to rise to 500,000 by next month.
Yeah, and we heard the president say today in his inaugural address that we are facing, and we've heard this before, but to hear him take time in his inaugural address to remind Americans that we are heading into what could be the darkest period of this pandemic, that things could very well get worse before they get better. He walks into a situation now where he will have full access to the information. I know that we were talking with the new head of the CDC. You were talking with her, George, on Good Morning America. They believe that his goal of 100 million doses in the first 100 days is achievable. Dr. Anthony Fauci has also said he believes it's achievable. But this president walks into a situation and a pandemic that is 1 year in this country, 1 year to the day from the first confirmed case. And we're dealing with 400,000 lives lost and the very real possibility, as you point out, that these numbers are about to get much worse.
Looking out across the Potomac there from Arlington Cemetery, the view from the Arlington Cemetery at the Tomb of the Unknowns. You see that wreath there to be laid by both the president and the vice president, Kamala Harris. Somber moment this afternoon before the president gets to work. Byron Pitts, it hits you as you watch him.
George, it does. I mean, this scene at Arlington Cemetery, I think, is the best evidence today that with the pageantry of our democracy, there's also pain. Freedom has never been free. There has never been success in our country without suffering, without sacrifice, and that's what that cemetery represents. I was thinking about the history of this moment. 1863, Reconstruction started, a great time. 2 years later, Jim Crow started. August 28, 1963, Dr. King gives his I Have a Dream speech, a wonderful, uplifting moment for our nation. Less than 3 weeks later, a bombing at a Birmingham church killed 4 little girls. So Arlington reminds us, our history reminds us that yes, we make progress and we should celebrate these moments, but there will be difficult days ahead. And perhaps the Joe Biden that we heard today who spoke of Scripture and inspired us in a sort of preacher kind of way, that when called upon in the seasons to come, he can muster the words to help us get through those moments as they come.
And there is a portrait of unity as well. 3 former presidents, 3 former first ladies, 2 Democrats and a Republican joining with the new president, Joe Biden, at Arlington Cemetery. So clear, Cecilia Vega, so clear that the Biden team was intent on proving that the country could be unified in the wake of our divisions. You know, we'd started out, George, today talking about this being a theme. It's bigger than that. I don't really know how to convey how much bigger, because it's not just every drumbeat in his messaging. It's every optic that they have tried to put out from, you know, from the first stop that he did yesterday at the memorial there at the reflecting pool. It was about extending this message to the country as a whole, that we are one, and together we can get through this crisis that we are living through, this moment, horrific moment that we are in as a global community. And now we're seeing this hand in hand, former first families, friends, people that he has relationships with. And the people that I talk to who know Joe Biden well say this is how he will govern. This is not just optics for the day. This is what you're going to see going forward, that he can pick up the phone and call Mitch McConnell because he is a friend, because he has known him for so long. And I think given the division that we have lived with in our country in recent years, and a lot of people are saying it's time for that change, that this is a healthy thing that people have been craving and wanting to see. But Rahm Emanuel, the only people you can call now who might understand what he's going through are the men we're looking at right now.
Yeah, there's no, I know we're all talking about unity, and I would just say the loneliest moment for a president of the United States is when you have to not only make the decision to send troops into harm's way, but then greet them at Dover with their families by yourself. And you have to, all you have to provide is both your heart and your hug. And so these are the individuals that understand that in that Oval Office, it comes down to one person. You make a decision, and you bear the consequences when you see that decision at both Dover and then at Arlington. And so while this is, yes, a picture of unity, of bipartisanship, etc., it is also about the lonely journey a president makes for the next 4 years, which is, if you look at every note of every president in the desk, and you going back to Reagan, it talks about the incredible opportunity and responsibility that comes here, but also the loneliness of that office. And this moment is going to capture some point, we don't know today, but over the next 4 years, that lonely journey a president makes alone.
One of the reasons it's so lonely, Chris Christie, so difficult a job, as Barack Obama often said, by the time the decisions reach the desk of the president, they're the closest of close calls.
Yeah, no, you see that all the time. When it gets to a president's desk, it means that a lot of really smart, experienced people either couldn't figure it out or felt like it was so monumentous a call that only the president could make it. And so, you know, that's what makes the job both extraordinarily exhilarating and extraordinarily burdensome at the same time, because every decision that you make can be one of great consequence for the country. And the men who so far have taken that position, I think, completely understand that only once they get in that office and in that job.
You know, George, President Kennedy once said, a president makes a decision between bad and worse. In this moment, we're going to celebrate the people that defended freedom and democracy, because when it comes there, it's bad or worse.
But when those decisions, George, get put on that person, that's when you really tell what kind of president they're going to be.
And that's what I have to press you on. I mean, I'm trying to be respectful here, but I want to press on this point. We've been through 4 years where decisions were not made in that way.
No, listen, we have been through a time in these last 4 years where, because of the president's personal behavior, he has diminished even the good decisions he's made, even the decisions that he made with the best of intentions for the country, and that turned out to be a good result for the country. What I said to him over and over again in 4 years is your behavior obscures your accomplishments, and ultimately, if you continue, will diminish them. And I think that's part of what he's probably living with today as he flies back to Palm Beach, is the realization that that's one of the ways that history will judge him, when they're not looking at purely just the substance of those decisions.
Sarah Fagan.
Well, I'm watching this and thinking about what it was like for President Bush to leave office. He was not popular at the time he
Not
departed.
at all.
But because of his decency, because of the way he handled himself, he has improved his stature over time. You know, there was at one point a campaign where billboards were popping up around the country that said, "Do you miss me yet?" And, you know, we see his heart, the way that he engages on that podium with the other presidents. That means something to people, even in the darkest hours of Iraq, where people were very unhappy with the decisions he made. 10, 20 years later, they come back around. I don't know that President Trump is going to have that experience.
Terry Moran, by choice, President Trump is not standing there right now.
It is a choice that he didn't want to be part of this. It was a mistake for him in the eyes of history. He'd be a bigger man if he'd been on that platform, doing what all of his predecessors did. The Constitution put him in the Oval Office. He's disgraced himself in it on this day and on other days. But we've talked about the divisions. Arlington Cemetery itself, a place of healing. It was Robert E. Lee's plantation. Slaves worked those slopes. The Quartermaster General of the Union had lost his son and said, "I'll turn Bobby Lee's front yard into a graveyard." And now it is our hallowed ground where people of all backgrounds, our heroes, are laid to rest. The nation does heal.
And Doug Emhoff and Dr. Jill Biden have just arrived right now. Soon we'll be seeing the president and the vice president to come and lay that wreath. Chris?
One other point. You made a point this morning, very early on in our coverage, about watching President Trump fly away on Marine One, and that it reminded you of Richard Nixon. And I've thought about what you said that day. This is the distinction I would make, which is not going to be a good one for President Trump. When Richard Nixon got on that helicopter, having the disgrace to be the only person to ever resign, he left to give space to Gerald Ford for that swearing-in ceremony, to not have him standing there. When Donald Trump left today, that was not the reason why.
It was for himself. You're exactly right. President Biden there at Arlington Cemetery.
All the way up steps to the toilet, please.
President of the United States, Joe Biden, several of his predecessors as well, Presidents Obama, Clinton, and Bush, all paying their respects to the Tomb of the Unknown at Arlington Cemetery on this day of his inauguration. We know Beau Biden is never far from the thoughts of President Biden, and David, a photographer for the USA Today, captured a remarkable image at his grave.
Yeah, this was really powerful. This is from Greenville, Delaware, and while Joe Biden was delivering his inaugural address, President Biden, this man in a blue uniform kneeling at the gravesite of Beau Biden at St. Joseph on the Brandywine Church there in Greenville. He was solemn. He kept his head bowed both before, after, and during the speech. He stayed afterward, his hands clasped. It's not known if he was just a member of the community, if he has a connection to the Biden family, but the tribute was powerful. And when the president sees that image, there's no question the family will be moved by that. A reporter who saw this from a distance didn't approach him out of respect, but it will move not only the president, but the First Lady. And I think of her, too, while at Arlington. She has already said she'll return to joining forces, the group that she worked with former First Lady Michelle Obama on military families when they return, their needs in this country, and then she'll get right back to work on that project.
That is the scene, Arlington Cemetery, on this inauguration day. Coming up, we will have what will be a very different inaugural parade, basically a virtual military parade, a short review for the president. Before he heads into work at the White House. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Wildly fresh. Organic, fresh produce. Chef prepared. Now you can skip the grocery store and stay healthy at home. Sunbasket delivers totally delicious meals ready in minutes. Fresh and ready meals done in minutes. New from Sunbasket.
We're so embarrassed we overpaid for this used car. We don't even want to show our faces around here.
Yep. Went to the wrong used car site.
Remember, if you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on a used car again.
All right, kids. Coast is clear. Wait for me.
Come on, come on. Shop millions of great deals, all with the free Carfax report. Only at the all-new Carfax.com.
For skin as alive as you are, don't settle for silver. 7 moisturizers, 3 vitamins, 24-hour hydration. Gold Bond. Champion your skin.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber.
Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
I'm a performer. Always have been and always will be. Never letting anything get in my way. Not the doubts, distractions, or voice in my head. And certainly not arthritis. Voltaren provides powerful arthritis pain relief to help me keep moving. And it can help you too. Feel the joy of movement with Voltaren.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people like Geico because it's just easy. Bundling, for example. You've got car insurance here and home insurance here. Why not? Zoop, put them together. Save even more. Some things are better together, aren't they? Like, tea and crumpets. You wouldn't bundle just anything. Like, say, a porcupine in a balloon factory. No, that'd be a mess. I mean, for starters, porcupines are famously no good in a team setting.
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
I came across this great deal from a wholesaler of CBD oil.
That crap your mom sold me is poison. Take a look at my neck. And I'm not the only one.
The Rookie, all new Sunday, 10, Central on ABC.
There you see the flags on the National Mall on this inauguration day of Joe Biden, 46th President of the United States. He just presented a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington Cemetery. That's the Capitol, where Senator Roy Blunt joins us now. He was responsible for helping organize these inaugural events today. Senator, thank you for joining us. Seemed to go off without a hitch.
Well, it did, George, and there were plenty of curves along the way. We had a great staff, great outside partners, our security partners, the architect of the Capitol and his team. But I think there was a great sense, most importantly, shared by the president-elect, now President Biden, that we be outside, that we do this where people expected to see it done, and it was going to be dramatically different because of COVID. As it turned out, it felt dramatically different because of the events of 2 weeks ago as well, but it was done, and I think people, as they watched it all over the world, saw that the American democracy can be fragile at moments, but it's resilient and tough, and we get there and we do things where we intend to do them and when we intend to do them.
The president said in his inaugural address, our democracy was tested, but our democracy prevailed. What struck out to you in his inaugural address? What are you going to hang on to?
You know, I think generally just the tone that Joe Biden has always brought to relationships. He knows a lot of people in the Congress well. That was largely today a congressional crowd. You had the members of the current Congress. The second biggest group was retired members who also all got a couple of tickets if they chose to use them, and so there was a connectedness there that you would almost never see. We didn't have the lunch that we normally have at lunch because of COVID. We didn't have that lunch that we normally have right after the inauguration. But when I was talking to the vice president and the president and the first lady and the second gentleman, I said, you know, one thing that is designed to do is to begin to build relationships. But in this case, President Biden spent about 40 years building relationships and understanding how this process worked, and I think he gave plenty of indications of that today. And he also clearly understands that if we all agreed on everything, there'd be no reason to have elections or a Congress, and I think he's eager to work together. I hope so, because there are things that we can do together, and there are things that we will disagree on, but I thought it was a good start.
What are the things you can do together?
Well, you know, we can learn what we learned from the pandemic and move forward with that. I had a July hearing on this where I asked the administration, including the CDC, what do you need? What's your plan? What's your distribution plan? Surely we don't have to wait until we have a vaccine to have a plan. And I think the relationship maybe between the federal government and the states in that situation didn't work as well as it could. But any way you cut it, we are a couple of years ahead of where anybody would have thought we would be on the vaccine. What did we learn from that? What did we learn about the broadband needs of the country when kids are Many kids have been virtually at school for a long time. People for the first time got the benefits of some telehealth that they weren't able to get before. That's something we take out of that. Clearly, infrastructure, the sort of the great white whale of really the last 8 years. We were always going to find a way to move forward on infrastructure. But if you're going to build an economy, one of our great advantages of a country is where we're located, and infrastructure is what knits all of that together. I think there are plenty of things to work together on. I'm sure we'll find plenty of things we disagree on, but that's what this process is all about. And I think the president and the vice president both have every reason to understand that's how this works. I thought he got off to a good start today. I thought, frankly, asking the former presidents to go with him to Arlington was a great moment, just like it was great to have President Bush, Vice President Pence, and Vice President Quayle here today, as we would hope they would be.
So was it a mistake for President Trump not to attend?
I think it was. I think it was a personal mistake on his part. But everybody gets to make those decisions, and it's the first time in 152 years a president that could be here for the inauguration wasn't here. But I think we moved right through that. I think if it would have been a bigger problem if Vice President Pence hadn't chosen to be here. And you know, he understood the importance of the moment, the location, just like 2 weeks ago, he understood how important it is we get back into the Senate chamber that day. And he and Senator Klobuchar and I were three of the principals in finishing the work of the electoral count. The Vice President understood we need to get back in there. We need to do it here. We don't want to leave the Capitol. And we're going to let the whole world see our work done where it should be done. And here today, the whole world, tens of millions of people in the country and out of the country watch this. Other people will watch it over the next 24 hours. I looked at my phone just before I got on with you, and during the event, somebody texted me from Cairo. We're watching live in Cairo right now. So this is an important moment for us to project who we are, why we are who we are, and who we hope to be.
A majority of your colleagues, your Senate colleagues, also believe that the president should be held accountable in some serious way for the events of 2 weeks ago at the Capitol. You even heard your Senate Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, say that the president clearly provoked that mob. Do you agree with that, and do you think he should be held accountable?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think you're held accountable for your actions. Whether it's impeachment is a proper accountability for somebody who's left office or not, I've been 100% focused on the inauguration for the last 10 days or so, and I'm going to begin to think about what comes up after this later this afternoon.
Senator Blunt, thanks for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
I want to go to Ian Pannell now, who's overseas in London outside the Parliament. Ian, you've been gauging reaction worldwide. We just heard Senator Blunt say he received reaction from Cairo. What are you picking up in Europe?
Yeah, that's right, George. I think he's right that the world has been watching. The world watched earlier on in this month and recoiled in horror and shock at the scenes up on Capitol Hill. I think today people came together to breathe a sigh of relief. And we've certainly seen that, first of all, in some of the newspapers, some of the colourful headlines here in Britain. Alas, that's the back of Donald Trump. That's in the Metro newspaper. The Daily Star, which is one of the tabloid newspapers, gets even more colourful. Well, that was a weird dream. The Telegraph, the Times, all the others are also reflecting what they think, or what they hope is the end of the Trump era and the start of the President Biden era. And we've seen that sense of relief filter through comments that we've seen from Pope Francis to Boris Johnson here in London, to Ursula von der Leyen, who's the president of the European Commission, who's talked about a new dawn, said at last that Europe has a friend in the White House. So there's a lot of hope, there's a lot of optimism that alliances can be rebuilt. President Macron of France, for example, has already said, welcome back to the Paris Agreement. This is, of course, the climate agreement. But there are others who are going to be deeply concerned. We know that Vladimir Putin still hasn't actually officially acknowledged that Joe Biden is the new president of the United States, or was the president-elect. The mood music from Russia is that they do not expect a significant change in relations. Iran, President Rouhani, a little more optimistic, because we know President Trump withdrew from the nuclear agreement, the JCPOA. President Rouhani of Iran now saying that he looks forward to the possibility possibility of some agreement. If America agrees, then Iran will also agree. Of course, there are many caveats, and we've seen Tony Blinken, the incoming Secretary of State, if he's confirmed, effectively saying that there are still hurdles to overcome. And China also looking for something of a reset. But if you looked at the confirmation hearings up on Capitol Hill for Tony Blinken, there was a suggestion there that they're not going to go easy on China, that although they disagreed pretty much with the tone of President Trump, the content of a lot of his China policy is going to be maintained. So I think, broadly speaking, there is a sigh of relief. People are looking forward to rebuilding alliances, whether it's NATO, the European Union, working together on coronavirus, working together on climate change, defense, security, all those issues. That's what Boris Johnson's saying here. It's also what a lot of other world leaders are saying. But I think for those leaders, in particular those autocrats that President Trump was accused of cozying up to, then the days are going to be much colder going ahead. There's going to be some stern words. There's going to be more criticism. There's going to be people held to account more. And that's what people are looking forward to.
Ian, panel, thanks very much. I'm going to take one more quick break. We'll be right back.
You're watching ABC News, live coverage of the inauguration of President Joe Biden. Streaming nonstop on ABC News Live and on Apple News.
We are the Thrivers, women with metastatic breast cancer. Our time for more time has come. Living longer is possible and proven in postmenopausal women taking Kisqali plus fulvestrant. In a clinical trial, Kisqali plus fulvestrant helped women live longer with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer, and it significantly delayed disease progression. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Ask your doctor about living longer with Kisqali.
Got my hair, got my head, got my brains, got my ears, got my heart, got my soul, got my mouth.
Want to sell the best burger in every zip code? Add an employee. Or 10. Then easily and automatically pay your team and file payroll taxes. That means world domination. Or just the West Side.
Run payroll in less than 5 minutes with Intuit QuickBooks.
In the 80s, being different made a world of difference.
Doesn't it feel good to donate what you're not using? I waited in line 3 hours for these.
Well, the less fortunate deserve to look fly too, son.
Mixed Dish, season premiere Tuesday on ABC.
We are not profit, but Big Tobacco thinks every black face is another place to make a quick buck. Give to our communities to gain trust, but still filling us with poisons and calling it culture. Pick bills off our bones like vultures. I am not a prophet, but I can see menthol sell cheaper in black hoods, and they're harder to quit because they numb the throat. Their market is the black and the stupid. That's a quote. It's time for black folks to see menthols as another attack. Visit wearenotprofit.org to fight back.
Wonder and vision. Howdy, neighbors!
Marvel Studios' first series has arrived on Disney+.
I've heard things about you and your husband, but I assure you, we have everything under control.
WandaVision is intriguing, pure brilliance.
Wanda, can you read me?
Disney+ has opened the door for Marvel Studios' most unique storytelling yet.
Who knows what will happen?
Don't miss Marvel Studios' WandaVision. Watch the first 2 episodes now, and new episodes every Friday, exclusively on Disney+.
Your family has a wide range of personalities. And so does ours. With Volkswagen's wide range of SUVs, you can all ride together. Or not. Click, call, or come by your Volkswagen dealer today and lease a sophisticated and capable 2021 Tiguan for just $239 a month.
Get the interactive wildfire tracker at abc7news.com.
Welcome Welcome back to our coverage of the inauguration of Joseph R. Biden, 46th President of the United States. He is now at Arlington Cemetery with former Presidents Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush after laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown. We're joined now by General Colin Powell, former Secretary of State, served under Republican and Democratic administrations in the military, in the Foreign Service, in the White House. General Powell, you've pretty much seen it all. Your thoughts on today's inauguration?
George, I thought it was an excellent presentation, an excellent ceremony. And I was privileged to be there, and I just sat there listening to all that was being said, but at the same time, recognizing what had been said in that part of our country and in that building just, a few days ago. And I think they got flushed out today, because what the president was focusing on, the new president, he was talking about us. He was talking about our values. He was talking about what makes us great. He was talking about the history of our great country. We didn't go into, what the federal taxes are going to be or any foreign policy issues. It was a proper tone for today because it puts us in perspective. We're Americans. We have a great country. It's great today, just as great as it's ever been, even with the nonsense that took place here less than 2 weeks ago. So I was very pleased with it, and I thought it was structured very well. And, young Amanda was fabulous when she closed it with her song.
She sure was.
So I was very proud. She sure was. And it was good. And George, I sat there just looking up at the dome of the Capitol and that kind of yellowish tone that it has, tint. And I just kept staring at it and listening to what the president was saying and rethinking what I saw 2 weeks ago from the riots that were taking place, and just saying to myself, we'll wash that out. We'll wash that out. This is a real America. This is what we stand for. Bringing in immigrants, making sure that we do everything we can to take care of the people who are ill, everything we can to give everybody a good living in this country, and especially to put the pandemic problem on #1 item in the country. And I think the president touched on all of those properly. And he didn't go drifting off into something that really wasn't on our heart and soul.
You're hitting on what so many of us have thought. I remember the first time I saw the Capitol in person, had that same thought, and then watched those events of 2 weeks ago. I can't imagine what that must have been like for you to see those barricades overrun at the Capitol.
It was terrible. I couldn't believe it. I've been in the Army for 35 years and then another 5 years as Secretary of State. And I saw a lot of things. There was a lot of controversy, a lot of things going on during that 40-year period. But never have I seen anything like this before. Never have I seen my fellow citizens pick up guns and weapons and with curses and baseball bats break into the Capitol of the United States of America. But they did, and they were wrong. And they were being encouraged by the former president of the United States of America, and he was wrong. And I think we're going to go right now. I think the president's today's message is going to really, really impact the country. And I think it's going to put us back on the track we're supposed to be on, but perhaps a strengthened track with a new president, a new vice president, and it's going to be changing things again. And what we have to do, George, is not simply scream at everybody. We have to start talking to all of our fellow citizens saying, hey, look, let's talk about what you think about this, that, or the other. And let's have a conversation. Don't curse me out. Don't say you're never going to speak to me again. Don't tell a lie about it. We're Americans. Tell the truth. Let's argue. And we did a lot. And, I was National Security Advisor for 2 years. I was a chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for 4, secretary for 4. Had a lot of debates, a lot of arguments. But it was always in a manner that said, let's get to the solution. Let's not argue or curse each other out in order to avoid a solution or to lie about the solution.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to, because to have those debates, to make sure that those debates are constructive, we all have to agree to debate about facts, and that seems to be something that was lost over the last 4 years. And I know you don't call yourself a Republican anymore. You've left the Republican Party. How do you explain how so many Republicans were willing to accept that black is white
I have a hard time with that, George, because I've seen people on the street. I've talked to the average person on the street and asked why they're doing it. And they come up with an answer that's nonsensical, but they believe it. And they heard it principally through the president, President Trump. They took it to heart. He was a superb pusher of these kinds of things. And I've spoken to people say, but how can you believe that? Well, we got it from the president. We got it from the party we are in and the committees of that party. And he got over 70 million votes on that basis. Fortunately, the current president, the new president, got it much higher than that. You know, here's one of the reasons I left the party and decided I had to think new about this. The beginning of the last administration, the president used the fact that Obama was born in another country. How could you believe this? And I would ask people, how could you believe this? He's got a birth, no, it's not a good birth certificate. What do you mean it's not a good? And what he was doing was making use of the fact that he could take advantage of what some blacks think and what some whites think. Because the people who were saying that he was born in another country wanted him to be born in another country. They wanted to be down on him because he is a foreigner, he is not an American. He's as much an American as I am. And people would say, what kind of American you are? The parents are immigrants. They came here in banana boats, and Powell, you seem to have done okay. I said, I did okay because I was an immigrant, because I came from a background. I loved the new country that my parents had moved to. I went to public schools, was able to get in the United States Army, and I was able to stay for all those years and was successful in the United States Army. That's who should always take opportunities like that and have opportunities like that. So this is a country I love. I will argue. I will debate anyone who wants to debate. And George, in one of the administrations I was party to, I won't mention the name, but there were some other fellows in the room who were good friends of mine. We served together a lot. But we would get into an argument in front of the president, and we were allowed to just argue our way to death. And after we got tired of arguing with each other, the president would say, okay, I've had enough, I understand. And then we were best friends again, the guy I was arguing with. We never let it go to our heads. We never let it go to the detriment of the United States of America. And that's what we have to get back to. The real challenge we have today is to clean up the mess that was left by the previous administration, the lies, the disingenuous positions that were adopted. You've heard from the news earlier that the president, the current new president, is going to start looking at some of the things we worked our way out of or just ignored and left. We should do that, because I've seen some real problems facing us in arms control or in other areas that we walked away from. We shouldn't have walked away from the economic agreements that we were on the verge of making. We shouldn't have walked away from climate change. We shouldn't have walked away from the INF treaty. We shouldn't have walked away from the agreement we had with Iran. Now, we can debate them. And I used to do this quite a bit when I was chairman and when I was Secretary of State. What do you think? I want to hear you. And let them tell me what they think. I'll tell them what I think. And then we'll have a relaxing evening. But the answer is not, my army is bigger than your army, and we're going to, nobody's looking for a battle of that kind. But it seems to have become part of our thinking in the United States, America, and our government. And I think we have to change some of the attitudes we've always taken to some of our potential enemies and probable friends. It can be done. I've done it. I've seen it done.
As you said, you're the child of immigrants who rose to become chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, rose to become Secretary of State. Another child of immigrants made history today, broke a huge barrier. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris followed in your footsteps today.
Fabulous. Fabulous. She's done very, very well, obviously. But I don't know nothing's going to stop her. I think she is terrific. And she fit right in today. And I think she's fitting right in within the American society. She's a part of that American society. I haven't had a chance to talk to her, but I look forward to it.
Secretary Powell, thanks for your time this afternoon.
My pleasure.
There you see the motorcade of President Biden heading towards 15th Street, towards the White House, where he will review some of the military troops for what will be a very different inaugural parade. Martha Red, I just want to follow up on both the in-panel and General Powell right there, talking about the various challenges we face overseas and at home now as President Biden takes office, and beginning with that very simple proposition that the debates begin with facts.
They do, George, and I thought that was the perfect point in talking to him. That's what's different here. Donald Trump and some of his supporters do not believe what they see. And those are the people I saw. There were 50,000 people here on January 6th. And when I would ask them if Joe Biden was the elected president, they would say no. They are operating on lies and untruths, any way you want to put it. So that's why this is harder to put back together. I also wanted, George, because listening to Colin Powell, I covered Colin Powell as Secretary of State, and of course he was Secretary of State during 9/11. And I remember walking back into the State Department on 9/12, and they were building the support of the world. Colin Powell and his team, the world was helping us. Our allies were helping us as we went into Afghanistan. Of course, lost a lot of that support when George Bush decided to go into Iraq. But during that period, rebuilding that alliance now is going to be such a priority. But Joe Biden faces immediate national security threats. I've been told that President Biden has already been told that you will face immediate national security threats in addition to those domestic threats at home. And those threats come from actors we may not even know about at this point. I mean, that is what happened to Colin Powell. That is what happened to George Bush 9 months after he took office. You have those threats, and that's how serious that job is, and that's why that journey from Arlington Cemetery is such a somber one, thinking about that, and I am sure that that's why Joe Biden wanted to do that today, to remind himself of the seriousness of that job, where we are and where our place is in the world.
John Carl, picking up on that point, I'm reminded that 4 years ago today, or before, as he was briefing the incoming President Trump, President Barack Obama warned him that North Korea would be our greatest threat. North Korea has more nuclear weapons today than it had when Donald Trump took office. Iran is closer to nuclear weapon today than when Donald Trump took office.
Both things true. And with North Korea, not only do they have more nuclear weapons than they had 4 years ago, they've also improved their delivery systems, their intercontinental ballistic missiles. It was one of the great gambits that Donald Trump took, was to meet head-on-head with Kim Jong-un. Actually met with him 3 different times. They shared those letters, but nothing was done to curtail that nuclear program. And with the withdrawal of the United States out of the Iran nuclear deal, Iran has once again commenced to, ramp up its nuclear program, its processing of uranium. 2 challenges that Joe Biden faces immediately upon taking office.
John Carl, thanks very much. There you see the motorcade crossing Memorial Bridge again, heading into Washington, D.C. We're going to take another quick break. We'll be back.
Fred Hampton of the Illinois Black Panther Party.
I need everybody to repeat after me. I am a revolutionary.
You're looking at 5 years, or you can go home.
The Black Panthers are forming a rainbow coalition of oppressed brothers and sisters of every color.
Their aim is to inspire terror.
These ain't no terrorists.
Judas and the Black Messiah, rated R, in theaters and streaming exclusively on HBO Max.
Grubhub Perks give you deals on all the food that makes your boogie. Get the food you love with Perks from Grub What You Love.
Introducing a revolution in the world of pain relief. New Advil Dual Action. Advil targets pain at the source. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals. New Advil Dual Action with acetaminophen.
Brushing only reaches 25% of your mouth. Listerine cleans virtually 100%, helping to prevent gum disease and bad breath. Never settle for 25%. Always go for 100. Bring out the bold.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere. Get fast relief here with Primatene Mist. FDA approved and available over the counter for mild asthma. It works quickly to restore free breathing. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
For skin as alive as you are, don't settle for silver. 7 moisturizers, 3 vitamins, 24-hour hydration. Gold Bond. Champion your skin.
I didn't realize how special it would be for me to discover all of these things that I found through Ancestry. I discovered my great aunt Ruth signed up as a nursing cadet for World War II. You see this scanned-in, handwritten document. The most striking detail is her age. She was only 17. Knowing that she saw this thing happening and was brave enough to get involved and do something, that was eye-opening.
Bring your family history to life like never before. Get started for free at Ancestry.com.
Marvel Studios' first series has arrived on Disney+.
You're one of the Avengers. Are you here to help us? This is our home.
Then let's fight for it. Experience Marvel Studios' WandaVision. First 2 episodes now streaming only on Disney+.
And we are back with our coverage of the inauguration of Joseph R. Biden, 46th President of the United States. That's a look at the White House that he will soon be entering after a very short and mostly virtual parade. There you see them moving up Constitution at Pennsylvania Avenue right now. I want to check in with the country again. I want to go to Victor Oquendo. He's in Palm Beach. Of course, President Trump now has landed again in Florida, his new home. Florida was Trump country during this campaign. What are you picking up today?
Well, George, as for Palm Beach County, this is actually a county that Joe Biden carried, except for one little stretch of land, and that is actually the town of Palm Beach, just across the lake right there. And that's home to Mar-a-Lago, and that's been the source of contention here in the past few days leading up to Inauguration Day. It's all about where President Trump, former President Trump, is going to be living permanently. You have many people who are upset thinking that he might be living at Mar-a-Lago full-time. That would actually be a violation of the rules that he agreed to back in 1993, saying that nobody can be a full-time resident at Mar-a-Lago. Then you have other people who simply say they'd love to call him a neighbor. They'd love to have him here, welcoming him with open arms. We can now report, though, that the former president is looking at other properties in the Palm Beach area. We know that Ivanka and Jared Kushner have also bought property in Miami, a very exclusive area down there. $30 million empty lot on Indian Creek Island. We know that Don Jr. and his girlfriend Kimberly Guilfoyle also looking at property in this area as well. But what we can tell you in terms of Mar-a-Lago, I just want to mention that we did hear from one family. They are members there, and they did tell us that if the president were to try to live there full time, that they would absolutely leave the club. They would move out. They just did not want to go on the record out of fear of any backlash. George?
Thank you, Victor. There you see the motorcade heading into Washington. I want to check in with Alex Perez in Wisconsin. Alex.
Hey, George, you know, Wisconsin is one of those states that went for Trump 4 years ago and flipped over to Biden this time around. The Trump administration campaign alleging voter fraud here, lawmakers pushing back, and of course that went to the courts, and we know what the result was. Joseph R. Biden is the next president. I want you to take a look at the Capitol behind me here in Madison. Very quiet right now. It has been like that all day. You might be able to make out some of the boarding, the plywood on the windows there. Officials here closed the Capitol today. They were expecting a number of protests over the weekend. None of those really materialized. And even today, we thought we might see some demonstrators out there, but that has not happened. Now, President Trump has made many trips to Wisconsin. You might remember I was reporting in Kenosha after the shooting of Jacob Blake and the protest that happened there. In the air, in those days, you can feel the tenseness back then. Right now, that tenseness seems to have receded a little bit. You don't quite feel it the way you did in the past. Is the division totally gone? Of course not. But for now, things seem peaceful here at this Capitol and across this state, George.
Thank goodness for that. The protest didn't materialize on Sunday either. Thank goodness we have not seen the kind of violence that so many feared. What we are seeing right now is the military portion of the parade as the president's motorcade is now approaching the White House. As we said, it's going to be a very shortened parade this time around, at least the portion in Washington. There'll be a virtual parade with representation from all over the country, as we saw in that recreation of the roll call during the Democratic National Convention this summer. Mary Bruce, you're down there, I think, on close to 15th Street. Can you see the parade approaching at this point?
I can, George. They are just about to pass me here any moment now. This, you know, I have to say, besides the swearing in and the president's speech, this is what most people think of when they think of an inauguration, a parade. It simply is not an inauguration until you hear that drum line. I can hear them now approaching. This, of course, is the presidential escort. We are going to see members of all branches of the military represented. And then you're going to be hearing the drum line from the University of Delaware, Joe Biden's alma mater. I don't need to stress, or don't think I can stress enough, just how much Joe Biden loves Delaware, and that will be on display again here. And then Kamala Harris with the Howard University drumline. It is going to be, if you've never heard the Howard University drumline, you are in for a treat. Not suggesting it's a competition, but Howard University's drumline is pretty tough to beat here. They have paused now right in front of the Treasury building. They will be continuing down Pennsylvania Avenue. As you mentioned, this is a very, very short abbreviated parade. For those who aren't familiar, it's really just, you know, the stretch of a few city blocks here. 4 or 5 blocks if you're thinking of any downtown U.S. city. But it does give them a chance to not only honor the military, but for a bit of that sense of the inauguration parade. There, of course, the biggest thing missing is the crowd. There is no crowd here. It is just the military honor guard, us members of the press corps. I can tell you we went through several layers of security to get here. We are in Lafayette Park, is right in front of me. But just, you know, a remarkable scene here to see a bit of a taste of what we think of as a traditional inauguration, George.
Just a taste, Mary Bruce. Cecilia Vega already at the White House, or just outside the White House right now after the parade. The president's going to go to the office, sign those executive orders, get to work. Many White House staffers already in place.
I was just going to tell you that, George, and in fact, I was texting with a couple of them, trying to get a hold of them, but they're not responding, so they're probably busy. You know, this is the point where they're literally like trying to find the restrooms. They are, for those who've never been in this White House before, and those, some on his team have been inside here in this building, but this is, they're finding their offices. They're figuring out how to log into the computers. It's the real work of making a government run that is happening. And I can tell you, a minute after Joe Biden was sworn in today, those immediate circle of staffers that's going to be in this White House today came over here and started to get to work. We do know that there is going to be a significantly reduced footprint in terms of West Wing staff that's in this building on a regular basis because of COVID precautions. And what a difference, George. You know, I obviously covered the Trump White House too, and how often we saw staffers who were not wearing masks. It wasn't, not only was it not required, it wasn't acceptable practice. Donald Trump frowned on it for so long. But I tell you, I'm here on this riser with a number of people. We're all 6 feet apart, but we've been warned that we have to wear masks unless we're talking to you. And not only do we have to wear masks here, they're telling us they have to be a certain kind. They want us to wear N95 masks. So, and one of the first orders of business is this mask mandate that Joe Biden wants to sign that would require masks, encourage masks nationwide, but require them on federal property, of which obviously we're standing on right now.
Cecilia Vega, the president is doing it now to set a good example. He believes it's important for Americans to be wearing masks all the time during this pandemic. At the beginning of the campaign, it was real fear. Their greatest fear in that campaign was that he would contract COVID.
You know, George, and critics of Joe Biden would say that he got a little bit of an easy pass during the campaign because of that the campaign sheltered him, that they didn't have him in front of reporters, at least in very many unscripted moments. That you remember Donald Trump repeatedly said that he was in his basement. They were asking, where's Joe Biden? And because that's the campaign did want to keep him away from people. He's 78 years old. He was significantly at risk in the high-risk category. He did recently get that vaccine on camera, as did the vice president. But, you know, they have said their messaging in this campaign from day one has been that they wanted Joe Biden to be the adult in the room, that he was going to advocate for masks. You were going to see him wear masks. And again, that remarkable split screen that we saw with Donald Trump, who so often was not wearing masks, to the point that he ended up in the hospital with COVID himself.
Cecilia Vega, you say he's 78 years old, but he's in pretty good shape. And here's a question that you may not have an answer to, but I do. Is it true that he's not going to be allowed to bring his Peloton bike into the White House?
The controversy of the Peloton, George. I'm a Peloton fan, so I hope he can bring his bike with him. They won't answer that question on the record. Now, there are security concerns about the Peloton because it's got a camera on it. There's some reporting out there that Michelle Obama is a big Peloton fan, too, and that she had it outfitted so that there wasn't an actual camera on her. So I'm sure some very smart people in this building behind me with a lot more technical savvy than I have figured out a way to work this if the man really wants to ride the Peloton. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Joe Biden do the little signature Joe Biden jog that he likes to do. Right. Yeah.
John Carl, that's I guess every modern president has faced a version of this at this point in the internet age. Barack Obama didn't want to give up his BlackBerry. I don't think President Trump gave up his phone.
No, he didn't, George. And it's somewhat of a mystery how he pulled that off. I guess he just ignored the warnings. But it has, it is a problem. But I'm sure he can get another bike in there, even if it's not a Peloton. Notice, George, the Beast going by now, which, as you mentioned earlier in the day, Biden rode in that car before he was actually president, which is something we've really never seen before. But now it's a little bit different than it was this morning. Did you notice it's got the presidential seal on the side, which it didn't before, and the license plate has changed. It now says 46.
It says 46. Well, that makes an awful lot of sense.
Instead of 45.
Yeah. you would think. You can imagine that. Okay, John, thanks very much. Tom Yamas, you're seeing the parade go by there?
Yeah, we are. And, George, I can't help but think how different this inauguration is. Usually on this day where America celebrates the proof of our democracy, right, that your vote counts, and now we're going to have this transfer of power. We have this wonderful parade behind us, this military parade, but usually there should be Americans lined up to see this proof in action. And today we don't have that for two main reasons. One, what happened on January 6th, of course, with the Capitol, of course, the pandemic as well. And you wonder, Joe Biden fought for this election. He earned this election. He earned the right to be president, yet he's not getting the inauguration he deserves. He's doing the best he can with it right now. I'm also struck with the notion that how normal this has all been today in a very abnormal situation. We were always ready for the next surprise with former President Donald Trump. And with Joe Biden, President Biden, I should say, things are going as planned. Things are running as scheduled. He delivered a message of hope to the American people. So far, no major surprises. And they're making the best of this day in this moment with what they've been dealt with so far. Again, it's a very different inauguration. The Americans aren't lined up here on Pennsylvania Avenue. We don't have our roving reporters who can follow the moment-by-moment action, but we're here placed right in front of the White House. We're waiting for the president to come by here. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see him and maybe holler something at him. Maybe he'll wave at us. We'll have to wait and see, George. But Joe Biden, President Biden, his wife, and Kamala Harris, the vice president, all trying to make the best of this day, even though it is very different.
Tara Moran, I guess we all have to hope that he gets out for at least a short jog. It wouldn't be an inauguration without seeing the President and the First Lady walk up Pennsylvania Avenue.
It wouldn't. I believe that tradition started with Jimmy Carter after the lockdown White House of Richard Nixon. Gerald Ford, a fine athlete, had trouble sometimes with keeping his balance. But Carter did it to open up Washington, and it has been tradition ever since. And Joe Biden, he likes to bike, he likes to run. He does want to show people that at 78, he's still spry enough to do that. And it looks like here we go.
Slowing down right now. Let's see if he does come out of the Beast. As John Carl said, you now see that new license plate 46 for the 46th President of the United States. No crowds lining the avenue. Gio Benitez, Black Lives Matter Plaza, a little bit of a celebration today?
Yeah, a very different celebration, George, that's happening as that parade is also underway, right? They have the music going, but not a whole lot of people. And that's in part because D.C.'s mayor had said, you know what, stay home, let this be a virtual event, watch on your television. And guess what? People really did listen. We remember that just over 2 months ago, we were right here when Joe Biden delivered his acceptance speech that night. And this was the biggest party in the country, quite frankly. But right now, a very different kind of party, less people, but they're still having a good time.
That Plaza, Pierre Thomas, no violence today, thank goodness. The threats have not materialized. We all remember. Let's see if he's going to come out. Hold on one second. Of course, we all remember that protest this June, which is why it is now called Black Lives Matter Plaza.
That's right, George. The protests were the federal government and the Attorney General pushed back those protesters violently. Today, so much security, but for a different reason. It's going to be very interesting as we watch the president there to see if he will get out of the vehicle. I know that there was incredible pressure perhaps for him not to, just given the threat environment that we've been in. It's just fascinating to watch here, George. And, you know, that vehicle that he's in, the Beast, is just a remarkable piece of technology. I got access to the very first one that was produced for President Obama. And I was talking with one of the agents, and I said, what happens if I kick the tire? And he said, I wouldn't recommend that.
And I'm sure you followed those instructions. He has made the turn off 15th Street at this point. No crowds to wave to on this very slow ride towards the White House. Pierre, you see those agents scanning the horizon. We know that the Vice President-elect was not allowed to take Amtrak, his preferred mode of transportation, from Delaware into Washington, D.C. Look how he is surrounded right now. And in part, one of the threats they were most concerned about was snipers.
Snipers, but right now there's no way that can happen, George, because they literally have snipers, U.S. government snipers and police on virtually all those rooftops. George, the Secret Service, and I've been in regular communication with them, they were confident that they could produce a safe event. They had a level of resolve after January 6th that, quite frankly, was, you know, pretty stunning. They were locked in, quite frankly, angry by what they saw a few weeks ago, and they vowed that nothing was going to go down today. I think here they're assessing the situation, and if he's going to get out, this might be the place that it could happen, George.
Yeah, you know, I want to ask you about January 6th right now, because you had Secret Service protect. You had a vice president in the Capitol, the woman senator who had just been elected vice president, the Secret Service on place, yet they still were not able to prevent or what happened or even know that it was going to happen.
Right, the postmortem on that is going to be one of the most meticulous that we've seen in a long time, George. Right now, people are pointing that the Capitol Police have responsibility for that building. I don't know that that's going to stand ultimately, given the threat stream that we know was happening. And I will say this about today, remarkably quiet so far, but there may be a reason for that. I've been told about intelligence that some of the more extremist groups were telling their people stay away from the inauguration, to live to fight another day and pick a time of their own choosing, George.
Thank you, Pierre. Dan Abrams, let me bring in on this. The shock and awe of putting 25,000 troops in the Capitol, National Guard troops, having troops posted at capitals all across the country, appears to have worked.
Yeah, I think that this is one of those cases where there really was a deterrent effect. And I don't think it was just the National Guard. I think it was also the arrests. Because remember, what happened on January 6th, these people were proudly displaying their crimes on social media, thinking that there would be really no ramifications. Well, then reality hit, that there were ramifications, that people were going to be charged with federal crimes, serious ones, facing 20, 25 years in prison for some of them. I think that resonated as well. So it's not just the fact, and I think it's very important, the amount of force out there, but you're talking about state capitals, for example, around the country, not just Washington, D.C., and so far, so good. And I think it's a combination of that major show of force and the deterrent effect.
One of the craziest things that you think coming out of those January 6th events, Dan Abrams, is that so many people who were inside that Capitol that day seem to believe that they were immune from punishment because they were supporters of the president.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that there were so many people, you know, displaying their crimes publicly makes it clear that they thought this wasn't going to be a problem. And many of them have even said, in some of their defenses already, we're seeing them suggest, well, the president suggested that I do this. And so I think that's one of the most sort of startling things about this, is that you see these crimes being committed so publicly and blatantly, and this notion that maybe they wouldn't get in trouble. Well, they did. Arrests still happening. I think that there are more charges potentially to come. And, you know, we heard Pierre's reporting there earlier about how scary it really was. Now we're learning more about the details about what some of these people were saying, and I think as a result, you may even see more serious charges than the ones we've already seen so far.
We certainly are seeing serious security all across the Capitol today, surrounding the president, surrounding every aspect of this inaugural. John Carl, you wonder if all those details as they're coming out, we don't know when this impeachment trial is going to begin. We could know later today. We could know first thing tomorrow when the Speaker of the House is going to send over those articles of impeachment. It does appear that it's getting a little bit harder for some of those in the president's party to defend his actions as they learn more of these details.
For sure, and you can look at Mitch McConnell as kind of a leading edge of all of that. McConnell came out on the Senate floor and said point blank that the essentially that it was the president that made this happen. That people went there because they asked him to come. McConnell is, you know, obviously somebody. Oh, look, George, it looks like we have.
They've opened the door. He didn't come out yet. We'll see, but somebody did come out of the front seat. That would have been a Secret Service agent. It's the president and the First Lady in the back.
But yeah, George, you're seeing fewer and fewer Republicans in the Senate defending the former president. Whether or not they will go the extra step to actually vote to convict him now that he has left office, you know, I still think that is a tough
It does
vote
seem like the
for
safe ground argument for those who may be disturbed by the president's actions, but also fearful of what a vote to convict might mean, is that it's not possible to try, they believe, or constitutional to try a former president.
Yeah, exactly.
Family has now left the motorcade. We'll see if the president and the First Lady follow as well. Looks like it is about to happen. Thought we might see him come out with his signature aviator sunglasses, but not this afternoon. Tom Yamas, walk us through what we expect to have happen in the next several minutes.
Yeah, well, George, I'm looking at the return screen right now from the camera that you're watching. He's maybe a block from where I am right now. We're going to see him walking down Pennsylvania Avenue. And if you're watching from home wondering why it's taking so long for him to get out and make this walk, it's because they're not going to take any chances. President Joe Biden is now the most powerful person on the planet, George.
Mary Bruce, he's walking towards you.
George, he is headed this way. I can see him holding the now First Lady's hand. I have to tell you, as we've been waiting here, it seems as they deliberated whether or not he would get out of the car, I was struck by just how quiet it was. You know, I've been along this parade route for inaugurations in the past, and it's just night and day. I also keep thinking, you know, anyone who's been to a Joe Biden event knows he loves to work a rope line. He will shake every hand, kiss every baby. If we were not in a pandemic, a President Biden working a parade route, it could take the bulk of his first week in office. So I know that this is a moment that he must be enjoying and savoring, but also bittersweet because he can't have those kind of interactions. We see him coming up now, also, of course, with other members of his family, his beloved granddaughters, his daughter, his looking to see if, I believe his son Hunter is there as well. He's given us a wave. Here he comes.
Is he going to get close enough to ask a question, Mary?
We're going to see. We're going to see here, George. Congratulations, Mr. President. How does it feel to finally be president? What comes first, Mr. President?
Well, nice try, Mary. You got a thumbs up.
I'll take what I can get.
Worth a shot. Oh, wait a second.
Here he comes.
I know. It's been 3 hours. How does it feel, Mr. President? Feels great. Feels good? Feels good.
He says, George, he says it feels good. It feels good. A fist bump there for some of the other reporters. You know, thumbs up from the president. Greeting the few of us reporters over here. Certainly seems to be enjoying the moment, I will tell you that. No.
That was also, David Muir, vintage Joe Biden.
Oh, it certainly was, and we made that point over and over again today. His connection with people, that was one of the things that you even saw at the Democratic Convention. They didn't have to do very much work when it came to his biography, his interaction with everyday Americans around this country, because that is who he is. He lives and breathes that and has done that in his, more than 30 years in public office. One of the things, though, I take note of as they do this walk, they're interacting with reporters and some of the guardsmen who are keeping them safe along the route. That's atypical, not seeing these Americans line up as they do every 4 years. Also, though, what they've done here is a sea change, the Biden family, by just simply wearing masks. Their effort to depoliticize the mask in this country as we now enter this new chapter. None of them seem bothered by the mask. It's what millions of Americans are doing every day in their lives, too. Americans are exhausted by the pandemic, but as we heard from the new president today, we have to prepare for this next chapter and fight this virus. Here we go, that little jog, George.
Yep, you got a little bit of it, no question about it. He's going to also come as close. He did about as well as Mary did. At least he got a hello right there. But yes, they believe, backed by science, that if more Americans wear masks every single day, we will see a shorter pandemic. Was it? That was the D.C. Mayor, Lindsay?
It looked like Mayor Bowser.
Yeah. Quick hello from Mayor Bowser right there.
His daughter, Ashley. Real quick, George, I always find this fascinating that as they're doing this parade route, the work that's being done by the loyal workers within that White House to change this over, to clean it after the pandemic, a deep cleaning after the outgoing administration. One of the big questions, we mentioned this, it seems like days ago, but it was just this morning, about who will welcome the Bidens once they get to the White House. There are reports it'll be an usher that had been hired by Melania Trump. We'll wait and see who actually
used to work in the Trump organization. That's right. The usher would be the most logical person to greet them at this point. Now in charge of the entire White House resident. The entire White House turned over in the space of about 5 hours. Today it will be made for the living quarters for the Biden family, the upstairs living quarters. The team has said, the Biden team has said, he's not going to change the Oval Office. The priority is not going to be redecorating at this point. They have much more important work to do. As we see the president enter West Executive Avenue, walking into the White House complex itself, the avenue that divides the old executive office building from the West Wing, and those cramped quarters, and outlined by flags, the avenue today. And Cecilia Vega, we were talking about this before, those cramped quarters already filled by White House staffers for President Biden, so many veterans of the Obama and Clinton administration.
He's bringing a lot of familiar faces. The press secretary, Jen Psaki, a lot of people know her from her work in the White House, the State Department. She's a television contributor, and many more. Mary and I went down swinging, George. We were shouting those questions here. You'd asked if that was Mayor Bowser. That was right below me, and she is. That was her. But I want to say, just to give folks a sense of what's happening right now and where the president is, that driveway that you see him walking past, that's where you see John and I every morning and every evening on World News and Good Morning America doing our live shots. So that's the place where the reporters stand and do our TV hits. And then he's going to go inside. And this is not a building that's he's a stranger to. But what will this feel like now? He knows that building. He knows the staff. He knows the residents. But he is about to go walk into this building that is now his home with his family behind him. And I imagine pretty quickly he's going to walk into that Oval Office, and he will have staff greet him. They will be there applauding him and welcoming him home into his new office. But that is his Oval Office. That will be the resolute desk that he will sit down at now. And after 2 failed presidential bids and this 3rd time the charm, someone who took his first swearing in the Senate when he was not even 30 years old, so young, long. People didn't even think he was a senator. He had to remind them who he was. And now he's going into the Oval Office to sign his first executive orders as President of the United States. It really is a pretty amazing story. No matter your politics, the personal history of this man walking in today is an amazing story.
Probably no president ever walked in the Oval Office as president had spent as much time in the Oval Office before becoming president as Joe Biden. 8 years as vice president, as you point out. 40 years, nearly 40 years in the Senate. But now, it is his office, his desks, rented for the next 4 years. Seemed to hit Dr. Jill Biden at that moment.
You know, hail to the chief. I was just thinking the same thing, but hail to the chief is something that he, 3 efforts to finally hear directed at him, standing next to his wife, 5 efforts, 5 times he proposed before she finally said yes. President Obama in a promised land said of Joe Biden, he is decent, honest, loyal, and cares about ordinary people. And I think that this moment really speaks to the possibilities of America. Joe Biden, a young man who grew up with a stutter, now entering the White House, ascending to the highest office in the land.
With a hug for his wife, his family behind him. Enters the White House that he now calls home. We're going to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Is now a good time for a flare-up?
Enough, Crohn's.
For adults with moderate to severe Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, Stelara can provide relief and is the only approved medication to reduce inflammation on and below the surface of the intestine in UC.
You getting on that flight?
Back off, UC.
Stelara may increase your risk of infection, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, new skin growths, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. RPLS, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Lasting remission can start with Stelara. If you've been financially impacted by COVID-19, Janssen may be able to help.
I was so embarrassed about paying too much for a used car, I went into hiding in this undisclosed location.
If you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on a used car again. Shop millions of great deals at the all-new Carfax.com.
For pain relief, don't just block the pain with ordinary patches and creams. Help heal the pain with Thermacare. Real therapeutic heat increases blood flow to help accelerate healing. So you not only feel better, you get better. Thermacare. Real heat, real healing.
To support a strong immune system, your body needs routine. Centrum helps your immune defenses every day with vitamins C, D, and zinc. Season after season. Ace your immune support with Centrum.
2 teenage girls were abducted.
TV's #1 new drama has everybody talking.
1, 2, 3.
Big Sky returns Tuesday on ABC.
The most important thing in the Chevy Equinox is not front pedestrian braking. And it's not forward collision alert either. No, the most important thing in the Equinox isn't any of the advanced safety features we've put into it. It's what you put into it. Chevy Safety Assist, standard on every 2020 Chevy Equinox.
Current competitive owners with an eligible GM credit card can get $7,250 total allowance on most 2020 Equinox models. See your Bay Area Chevy dealers today.
It's hard to have an invisible illness like depression. No one sees you need help. No one knows you're not okay. So when someone recognizes the importance of mental health and offers a hand, it means everything. My illness may be invisible, but thanks to Covered California, I'm not. All Covered California health insurance plans are comprehensive with mental health coverage and financial help for people who need it. Covered California, this way to health insurance. Enrollment ends January 31st.
Hi, I'm Ella, IntelliLoan's AI home loan assistant. You asked, define dumpster fire. My data shows 2020 was a dumpster fire. Extinguish it with a great home loan. IntelliLoan offers a 15-year fixed at a 1.875% rate with a 2.12% APR. You may never see a lower rate. Lock in a 1.875% rate with a 2.12% APR. Call IntelliLoan at 800-918-9200. IntelliLoan. Borrow smart.
Find local resources at abc7news.com/takeaction.
There you see the White House. President Joe Biden has just entered the White House for the first time as President of the United States, 46th President of the United States on this his inauguration day. He emerged from the beast after a very slow motorcade around 15th Street up Pennsylvania Avenue. Not your usual parade. No throngs of supporters lining the route today. Lots of security, 25,000 National Guard troops across Washington, D.C. He was able to make a short walk up Pennsylvania Avenue with his family before walking into the White House. And now, Vice President Kamala Harris is making her way up the avenue. Mary Bruce, what can you see there?
Well, the Howard University band the drum line just passed us. We are waiting to see if Madam Vice President is going to be getting out of her motorcade. I presume, since that's what the president did, that she will as well. Keeping a close eye. It seems they've stopped. There's a heavier Secret Service presence, so I imagine that momentarily we may see her and her family come out. But what a moment. I mean, it cannot be said enough that we just have never seen this before in our nation's history. And how amazing to see the drum line from an HBCU marching down Pennsylvania Avenue to honor one of now I would say its most famous alumnus to who we hope we will see out here greeting the members of the military, and maybe, we hope, stopping by to chat with some of us.
Lindsay Davis, is Vice President Harris have to worry that her band there is going to upstage the president's band?
I think that's a yes. But Kamala Harris, she has said in the past that she was told no so much that she started eating no for breakfast. And now, of course, ascending to the second highest office of the land as well. She's talked about her grassroots background and how she got her whatever it takes attitude. She said that it was her mother who told her when she was running for district attorney to take an ironing board and posters and duct tape and go stand in front of the nearest grocery store and introduce herself to patrons. Now she's introducing herself on the world stage.
Her mother, the greatest influence, but Howard University also played such a role in the formation of the public servant, the politician that Kamala Harris would turn out to be.
You're right. Thurgood Marshall, that was the second Bible that she had her hand on today as she was sworn into office. She said that Thurgood Marshall was part of the reason that she decided she even wanted to have a career in law, and that it was the idea that he had attended Howard Law School that made her decide that she, too, wanted to attend there as well.
Seeing her marching band make their way up the avenue. Byron Pitts, I just heard an oh yeah.
Oh yeah, George. They call this band Showtime for a reason. You know, in talking about Howard University, I mean, Howard University is a regal place in America. Founded in 1867. In the first 4 years of its existence, 150,000 freed slaves went through that place. It is a place of many firsts, right? The first black Supreme Court justice, the first black Rhodes Scholar, the first Nobel Peace Prize winner of African descent, the first black U.S. Senator, the first black governor, the first black U.S. Supreme Court justice, and now the first black Vice President of the United States. George, they are celebrating on 6th Street in D.C., where Howard University is located, and I think people who went through the institution are proud today. You know, George, their motto is truth and justice.
Terry Moran?
That every American owes Howard University a debt because the segregation, the road to desegregation in this country goes through Howard University Law School. Thurgood Marshall, came up with the strategy there. The community came to the moot courts that they held. They criticized constructively the strategy, and it was a community effort based in Howard University under the leadership of the great law dean Charles Hamilton Houston and Thurgood Marshall. And we would not have desegregation the way we had were it not for Howard University.
And now, the Vice President of the United States, a proud graduate of Howard University, there with her family, getting prepared for her walk up the avenue. Lindsay Davis, Kamala Harris's sister, Maya, one of her closest advisors.
Yes, in fact, she ran her campaign early on. At this point, she does not see her there with her niece and her niece's two children as they are making this walk up to the White House. It's been suggested that, in part, Kamala Harris chose to wear purple in tribute to Shirley Chisholm. That was her color. Of course, Shirley Chisholm attempted to make that run for president, first black woman on a major party ticket running for president back in 1972, I believe it was. Yep. And she is making that purple a representation as well of Shirley Chisholm.
Cecilia Vega, you covered Kamala Harris, the vice president in California.
In my past life as a newspaper reporter at San Francisco City Hall when she was the district attorney there, and I'm thinking back to a conversation that I had with a source who worked very closely with her for years, who described, and this was I'm going to be a little bit hesitant because I hate this word about women, and this was another woman telling me this, that they described Kamala Harris as ambitious, and that wasn't meant in the sense of she shouldn't be ambitious. It was meant in the sense that Kamala Harris went from DA to AG to Senate to this, knew that there was a path that she was on, that she was destined for a lot. And in her post in San Francisco was a controversial one. There were decisions that had the Democrats angry with her because at one point she refused to charge a convicted killer, a cop killer, with the death penalty, and it didn't go over well. But she stood her ground because that was her principle. And here we are today, George. I'm still struck by the Howard University marching band and HBCU, historically black college and university.
Can you hear what they're saying?
I think she's close to Mary, George.
Mary, can you hear what she's saying down there?
I can't. Lots of waves, George, some thumbs up. The family certainly is having a very, very good time soaking in this moment. And I have to say, Joe Biden always said her story is America's story. And you just look at that family marching up Pennsylvania Avenue, and it is a picture of American diversity. It is a picture of the modern American family. And right now it's a picture of a family soaking up a moment of history, a moment of huge importance, not just for our nation, but for the world and the message that it sends, but also just a moment for them to sort of pause and reflect and soak it all in. This has been a really hard year, a really hard-fought campaign, and I have to tell you, it looks like the little girls are having a good time, too.
Thank you. We're joined now by Senator Amy Klobuchar. Of course, she ran in the presidential campaign, competed with Kamala Harris, competed with Joe Biden in the last campaign, was one of the chairs of the inaugural event. Today, your thoughts as you see the vice president walk up the avenue, your thoughts on this day?
George, with everything that's happened the last few weeks, the assault on our democracy, one of my goals with this inauguration that we don't lose, and we didn't lose, this moment of great celebration for our first woman, first African-American, first Asian American vice president. It was an incredible moment, and both Roy and I, Roy Blunt, who chaired this, got a lot of grief for going forward, actually. People said to us, that's why I did the Lincoln quote about him getting grief. They said, oh, why are you going on with this? Maybe he should be in a bunker after what happened and get sworn in a bunker. It would be safer. And we just thought that moment, which I know you appreciate, that majesty of history, to have President Bush there, to have Vice President Pence there, to have the leadership on both sides sitting behind Kamala Harris and Joe Biden was so important for this country right now to heal and move forward.
After watching the moment, it's hard to imagine deciding anything else.
Yeah. That's right. We didn't think it was going to snow and then turn into sun. I will tell you that. I got to talk to Lady Gaga, so maybe that made it all worth it. But it was just this. I thought Joe's speech, the president's speech, I have to convert to that now, was the most beautiful thing, because he really spent his time talking directly to Americans in a plain-spoken way, and basically said, I'm ready to give you a chance. If you didn't vote for me, you give me a chance, and let's move on together. And it's hard for Republican members even of Congress not to hear that and know he means it.
What a year you have had. A year ago, you were sitting in the Senate trial while running for president, went through the entire presidential campaign. You and the entire country went through COVID. Your husband contracted COVID. You came out of this election that the Democrats won, that Joe Biden won, and then faced that assault in the Capitol. You were there in the chamber 2 weeks ago. Have you been able to wrap your mind around the events of the last year?
That is an amazing question, because I thought about that a lot, actually, when Garth Brooks was singing Amazing Grace. I just looked up at the blue sky, and I thought, yeah, I made it through, but America made it through. And that's why at the very end, when I introduced the president, I said, we've been waiting for this for a long time. And I meant that for him and his family. You know, he's would have liked this job for many, many years. But I mostly meant it for our country, that we have made it through, as our democracy has done for 244 years, through some really rough times, and now it's time to come out in the light in the other day. And I couldn't help but think of the stormy clouds over Donald Trump's inauguration, where I was seated with my friend who I miss so much, John McCain, as well as Bernie on the other side. And then here we were 4 years later. And I think that's how a lot of Americans felt.
And you believe we can heal?
I believe it. I'm not a Pollyanna about this. I know the anger. I certainly felt it myself as my staff was crouched in a closet with nothing but a fork to protect them, because we were running the debate on the Democratic side. I know it. But at the same time, there are people of goodwill on both parties that want to move forward and get things done. And if they listen to their constituents, they'll tell you that's all they want right now. They are sick and tired of watching the discontent, seeing people who are so angry, and they really just want to get the vaccine. They really just want to get back their job. They want to be able to send their kids to school again. And if Joe Biden takes that as his mission, it's real hard to say no to him. And I think that's what's just about to happen.
Senator Klobuchar, thanks for your time. Thanks for making the decision to go forward with this inauguration. As we watch the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, walk her way up West Executive Avenue with her family, with her husband, now the second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff. Her great nieces, Rachel Scott. It looked like her grandniece there was practicing to one day walk up that avenue herself.
Yeah, and she actually suggested that once right before the race was called, saying that she wanted to be an astronaut president. And Kamala Harris, the vice president, then told her that she could do that, but she has to wait until she's 35, until she's old enough. You know, this is the first time that this family has seen each other in months since the race was actually called. You have Doug Emhoff there, the second gentleman. But Harris said that while vice president would be great when she was running, she said Mamla is her favorite title, and that is what she is known as to their two kids, Cole and Ella. You see them there. This is a family that represents the diversity of America. It's a changing face in politics that we are seeing play out right here before us, and it is just remarkable. It's a remarkable image, both of them walking up there to the EOB, the White House, on the complex there. Harris says that she would like to keep her family dinners. She likes to spend some time around the dinner table on Sundays. They've been doing this via Zoom lately during the pandemic. That's one thing that she would like to keep as she moves into her role as vice president. But again, really reflecting the diversity of America, what we are seeing playing out right now. The second gentleman, the first second gentleman our country has seen, and the first woman and woman of color to serve as vice president of the United States, marching up those steps right now, George.
The steps of the old executive office building. She'll have a large suite of offices there. Of course, she'll also have a smaller office in the West Wing, closer to the president. No doubt will spend hours and hours in the Oval Office with the President of the United States as well. Little nod of the head as it all soaks in. Now she gets to work as well. We'll be right back.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping many people with type 2 diabetes like Emily lower their blood sugar. A majority of adults who took Ozempic reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
Here's your A1C.
Oh, my A1C is under 7.
And you may lose weight. Adults who took Ozempic lost on average up to 12 pounds.
I lost almost 12 pounds. Oh!
For those also with known heart disease, Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as heart attack, stroke, or death.
It lowers the risk. Oh? And I only have to take it once a week. Oh.
Ozempic is not for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not share needles or pens. Don't reuse needles. Do not take Ozempic if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Ozempic. Stop taking Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your doctor if you have diabetic retinopathy or vision changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Common side effects are nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping me reach my blood sugar goal.
You may pay as little as $25 for a 1-month or 3-month prescription. Ask your healthcare provider today about once weekly Ozempic.
Doing what we love can be painful. Introducing Aspir Cream with essential oil. Now calming lavender oil is combined with fast-acting lidocaine for lasting relief. New Aspir Cream with essential oil.
My new normal, fewer asthma attacks.
Less oral steroids.
Taking my treatment at home.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, back pain, and fatigue. Ask your doctor about Nucala at home. Find your new normal with Nucala.
Ever wonder what retinol dermatologists use to fight wrinkles? It's Neutrogena. Rapid wrinkle repair visibly smooths fine lines in 1 week. Deep wrinkles in 4. So you can kiss wrinkles goodbye. Neutrogena.
There's a cold Life Below Zero, The Next Generation. New episodes Tuesdays at 8 on National Geographic.
And there you see the changing of the guard inside the White House. Those pictures already up all across the West Wing, inside the White House, now of President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, all replaced over the last several hours by the White House staff, because that is Joe Biden's White House right now. He is already at work signing executive orders after that shortened military parade, his inaugural address before a socially distanced crowd in Washington today. An inauguration unlike any other. And we are wrapping up now our third Wednesday with all of you here on this network. 2 Wednesdays ago, of course, that siege of the Capitol. Last Wednesday, the impeachment of President Trump, the only time that's happened in American history, a president impeached for the second time. 1 week later, the inauguration of Joe Biden. So many believing that this is a time now where the country is beginning, David Muir, to turn the page.
And George, I was most moved today, and there were so many moving moments, by the most personal of the moments. You know, we just saw in the last hour when President Biden arrived at the White House, a White House that he reported to duty for as vice president for 8 years, and so many years before that as a senator working with presidents in both parties. But when he arrived there today, and to see Dr. Jill Biden, our First Lady, simply put her head on his chest, we have seen that kind of affection from the two of them for so many years. And it was almost as though, without saying it, she was saying, "You did it, Joe." And this is a life lesson that he has put on display for the American people in heartache, heartbreak, and a lot of hard work through the years as senator, as vice president, working across the aisle genuinely caring about people and empathy, and through demonstrating what has happened to him in his own life with the loss of his first wife, his baby girl, and then his son much later in life. I think that was on full display in those final moments as they walked into the White House. And Senator Kamala Harris, now our vice president, making history for all of the obvious reasons. The first woman of color, the first black woman, the first woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. As she walked up those stairs, she'll live at the Naval Observatory a couple of miles away. But I won't forget what she told me before the election, which was Joe Biden is who she will follow, who she will emulate as vice president. We had mentioned this earlier today, but she said, I'll be the last in the room, as he was for Barack Obama. And she said something else, too, as it relates to the pandemic. But I think that this sums up how she'll tackle all of the issues at hand, really, for Joe Biden. And when he turns to her in those final moments to say, what do you think? When we were talking about the vaccines, it was almost as though she could predict that this is where we would be in the pandemic. She said, we're going to need to figure out a way to get this vaccine out to people, and quickly. And she said, we have to be equitable. There needs to be equity with these vaccines. We have to think about working families and people across this country and how they're living their lives, and to signal to them, we see you, we hear you. And that walk with her own family today, you know, for so many generations, and particularly the younger generations in this country, that image of what we saw just now, that is how they're living their lives. That does not look new. That does not look different. That looks like America on full display today.
So much history made in one afternoon.
And to see that image that you're talking about, representation matters, right? People are already experiencing that, but now to see it in this major way. Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, she said that her mother taught her to dream and to do. And certainly now she is doing both, and what she's about to do is swear in 3 new senators, each of them history-making, groundbreaking in their own right. John Ossoff will be the first Jewish senator out of Georgia, Raphael Warnock, the first black senator out of Georgia, and Alex Padilla, the first Latino in California. And I think that when we think about it, as you were making reference to where we were 2 weeks ago, where we were even a week ago, in the end, through it all, democracy proves more resilient.
The words of Joe Biden, democracy has prevailed, in his inaugural address. We're going to go back to our regular programming right now. Coverage of the inaugural will continue on ABC News Live, and we'll be back at 6:30 with World News Tonight with David Muir, and of course at 8 p.m. for the inaugural celebration. Have a good afternoon.
The American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us. We're good people. We've come so far, but we still have far to go.